Back on. Um, yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen with this stream. Just kind of trying to make an effort to make this more regular. Because I think regularity is something that's important for doing these. So yeah, usually I've tried to have a plan, at least like an idea of what I want to do. Um, there's a lot of things I can always do with my website. That's kind of always going to be the case. There's one update I kind of want to work on. Getting into the collaboration page and how I represent stuff there. I don't know, people are tired of me doing webflow stuff. People just have questions because I don't know, again, it's rad. More and more people coming through. So I don't have to kind of just keep busy. I can kind of react to what people are saying. So if you have anything you want to ask me, anything you want to see, um, definitely feel free to ask. Um, yeah, I don't know where to start. I've been kind of dabbling in everything. There's some projects right now that are wrapping up. Um, I can't quite show it. I think we have to wait a little bit till we get a little bit further along before I can get into sharing some of the process stuff. But again, it's kind of like the next project with Ari. I don't even think I can say who the rest of that's with, but it's really fun. Exciting project for me. I wanted to do something like this for a while, so I'll be excited to share that one. Ari's site is close to being launched. I could probably, they won't get too mad. I don't think there's too many people here anyways. Um, let's see, if I go Chrome browsing, so I still don't have, all my window management for live streaming is just like bad. I'm all over the place. But yeah, he probably won't mind too much. But like, he's done so much sharing on Instagram. But like, man, this thing is getting real close. Um, and like, I don't know, some of the stuff R's done in terms of like just how smooth he makes the transitions, how responsive everything is. Like, it's wild. Like, I can't even, I can't even like get things to animate in on my screen without it like chugging. Like, so he like um, if you do a like FPS like readout, like if you do inspector on his stuff, it's like always 60 FPS. And I'm sure we'll get into more of the details of like how we did that one. But it's just wild. Like, we're using my font for a lot of the body copy, and like the stuff he's done to optimize it is just crazy. Like, he's gone in and like deleted extra characters because I do a lot of like really dumb stuff when it comes to like, I have all like those stretch characters, I have all those style alts, and I want to like expand that library and make it, I don't know, a little bit more unique, so it's not just like, it doesn't feel like a stretch font. I think I've talked about this before. Um, but yeah, he just went into whatever font app he has on PC. I don't know what it is, but he just started deleting characters we didn't need in order for it to load faster. Like, that's the level of OCD he has about that stuff, and I just fucking love it. Like, he's like almost apologetic for it, but it's just like, that's, I don't know, I love that. Oh, I should probably drink this the other way. There's a logo on this. Doesn't need sharing. Silas, insane stuff. You may keep up the good work. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Um, yeah, I'm just having fun now. I think I'm not going to harp on the past, but just like the e-commerce stuff, it's just like very rigid. And now I'm just kind of like letting go and going freelance. I've kind of gained the flexibility to take on projects like this that, like, if you're doing full time and you're trying to do this stuff on the side, I think there's a window where that's doable. Um, that was kind of me. That was me like out of college. Like, I just always like worked on something I had. Like as a junior level person, you don't get a lot of interesting stuff. You're doing a lot of production stuff, and you're learning a lot of like important process stuff. Um, so if you're at a shop and they start giving you entry level stuff to do, there's a lot of value in it. It's like you just start learning how to be efficient. You start learning to think and manage your time. Um, so there's a lot to be gained, but after a while, there's not. And so, and I think like if you want to keep expanding your skill sets to kind of do like more towards like art direction stuff, like just grinding in the evenings, is good. But now, I don't know. I've done it for so long. Like I'm sort of, um, I don't know. My palate for doing that kind of stuff is slowing down. Like I'm still working late, but um, yeah. And by the way, this is all like keyboard commands, which I think that's one of my best ways to browse this site. And we created a system of keyboard commands, and there's so many little details that he's baked into this, and he's still working on it. Ari, I'm sorry if you're mad that I'm showing this, but yeah, a lot of fun with this thing. So that should be out soon. There's like a lot of content stuff, a lot of refinement, little details we got to iron out, but yeah, kind of a sneak peek, I guess, for however many people are here right now. And I'm sure by the time anyone kind of sees this as a VOD, that it'll probably be live by then. So, um, yeah. So I don't know how long I'll go. I do have to pop out for like probably 5-10 minutes in like an hour and a half or so. But outside of that, I'm kind of around. I have some of these other side projects, like the upcoming project I want to kick around. Um, oh, I never tweeted out that I'm going live. So I'm kind of doing some testing too of like, if I just go live, do people show up? Do I need to tweet it out? Like, again, I don't want to be bombarding people on my Twitter of like, hey, I'm live, hey, I'm live. Like, they'll subscribe if they really want to, basically. So 10:56, tweeting this out. All right. Let me just do this here, and like, I think it's close to being ready. I might need to test some responsiveness, but I just want to kind of ship this and publish it. So in the meantime, if there's anything specifically, like, be curious for me to like walk through, give feedback. I know some requests last time for giving feedback, so I think it'd be fun to do just like a feedback session or like schedule something and then people can submit work. I don't think the stream's there yet. Like it's only 220 subs or something like that, so it's growing. It's awesome. I think like plugging it, um, like the way I did on the homepage last time. I think that has gotten a lot of traffic because with the awards, people seeing that like here's the work I do and here's like me live. I think that helped for sure. So actually, I want to try this. If I cut that, go to my repository. Dump this. Oh, I already have it here. Where's the large one? This large is off. So I'm curious. I'm doing this like promotional stuff in stages of like the fact that I'm live. So I have my large notification bar. Take the off combo class in. All I really have to do is change this URL to here, which I have somewhere. How do I view the stream? Hopefully there's no feedback loop. There might be for a second. I apologize. I just did it. All right. Sorry, this is like a whole thing. I need to figure out a better way of determining what the, no, fine. What the fastest way to get like the embed URL. I think it's just the, it looks the same as like the top URL, but that could be me. What did I do? Oh, quote mark. It's gonna update. Oh, wait. Yeah, question mark. There we go. So ideally I'm doing this beforehand. This was kind of like a last minute thing to just like jump on, kind of see like the more like of a production this is for me to kind of like update everything, the harder it is. Like I need like less barriers like to get online. And that's where I think like subscribing, like if there's enough people who subscribe, like I don't need to do this anymore. There won't be as much of a reason for me to plug like the stream, because I want it to be something. I think it has a lot of potential, especially if like if it becomes a regular thing, people start showing up. It's interesting, like the communities that can kind of develop within there. Let me see. Anything goes. Okay, so I'm just gonna push this out. Published. Adarsh, thank you, man. What's going on? Good to see you back in here. Can you tell us what tools you use for your portfolio website, like front-end framework and stuff? Yes. You're looking at it. So webflow was pretty much everything. There's bits of like embedded code where it's a bit more custom, and like I mentioned it last time, but like how far you can go with embeds is kind of limitless as far as I know. I think there are things with like I don't know if you can easily inject WebGL or Canvas stuff, or how practical it is to do like really intense WebGL, or not WebGL, like JavaScript. I don't know. I could be wrong. Oh, I didn't test this close button. Shit. Thank you. I can't remember who it was, but someone like called out the fact that my close button didn't work after I went back from this one, because I've been really stupid about how I assign interactions. Specific to this, like if you do class-based interactions, like every close button should close every notification, but that's not what I have set up. Kind of like out of hastiness. Is this not gonna work? Let's see. Oh yeah, the old disco thing. Apparently this works for most people. I don't know what it is about me and mine. It looks like it's trying to do something with logging in, and I don't know what that's about. Because I am logged into this account, so it might just be weird for me. But at least this is live. Close button doesn't work. I have to fix this real fast. Why is it dark? Okay. Hide promo 2. So that is my trigger. This is where we have the problem. Change target. Pull embed notification bar. There we go. Something tells me the transition in. No, it's not this. So I have like global transitions in promo bar, and this is where the problem is. So this is where I just really need to be a little bit smarter about this. Okay, that actually is doing it correctly. Has the initial state. I don't know why it was flashing like when I loaded it initially. it was showing before the preloader, which it shouldn't. Sometimes that's because you don't, or I don't have initial state turned on. So if you have that little like checkbox of set as initial state, that's like the beginning of the animation. So sometimes if you don't check that, it'll kind of flash and then trigger the animation, which then the first frame is 0, but it won't force the first frame as like, it's basically holding until it gets to that animation, if that makes sense. You want to use it most of the time. There are a couple like edge cases where you don't want to use it. I guess it's frozen. Webflow, doing Webflow things. I'm guessing because the publish is happening that it's just kind of locked up right now. Yep, there you go. Publish should be a few seconds ago. There we go. Let's see. Oh, and that intro song, that's the last time that's going to be on the stream. I just can't take it anymore. It's obnoxious. I have the other one I played on stream last time that I've been working on. I worked on some layers, and I'm trying to use this plugin called Halftime to take that same string section and then it basically chops it up and retimes it, and it like you can layer it on top, and it basically creates like chords. It does it on like 5 chords or whatever. I'm like, I don't want to say too much there because I'm gonna go out of my my comfort zone real fast. But basically trying to layer all those things, and at some points it goes out of key, and I gotta fix it. It's the promise is there. It's like way more my speed than this sort of like trap drum type stuff. Sounds like it's like hyping up something that's a lot cooler than fucking web design. Would you recommend learning Webflow for someone not new to web development but doing everything in vanilla JS? I don't know anything about vanilla JS, if I'm being entirely honest. I do wonder if someone like you who has advanced knowledge of JavaScript, like if you could just, I really do. Sorry, my brain's scattered. Let's see the flash again. I'm sure you saw that. Close. Okay, close button works. I can stop talking about that. But I do wonder if like you could do all of the structure and responsiveness in Webflow. It should be really pretty straightforward in terms of like, I don't know. To me, like there's one section I hard coded, and it was, for me it was slow and painful. But I'm sure if it's like a normal developer, it's not that bad. But like some of these elements, like for me to go through and hand code this was just like, versus just doing it through the visual editor, it just saved time. I'm sure there's guys, or not guys, just like people like Ari and probably you, who it's really not that bad to go do this. I don't know enough about hand coding to understand like how efficient it is, but to me, like taking the time to do this versus just like creating divs and seeing the nested structure visually for me is really helpful. And then being able to set all the different styles very easily, being able to have like sliders attached, like you can just like set padding visually, like you don't have to like type in a number, like commit or whatever it is. But yeah, to me, there's a lot of benefits just from speed of doing the structure, but I'm sure you could just like go nuts with JavaScript on top. I think you even moving to Vue.js is a big step for me. Like another thing, like my level of knowledge is pitiful when it comes to anything outside CSS. I think I can do basic HTML structure. I'm very slow. I can do CSS well. What is it, Sass? Like I started kind of making an effort to understand that. but then I just started getting into webflow and didn't see the need. Yeah, all those languages, like for some reason JavaScript, the syntax just never stuck with me. I just didn't commit enough time to it, and as I'm doing more like After Effects type stuff, I've been my friend Matt is just lives and dies by doing everything with expressions, and that's all JavaScript based. And that's something that's modular. It changes, or you can adapt to it. Um, I don't do as much like product or final type of animation. For me, like doing like really greasy hand coding or like keyframing, it works. It's not forward thinking, but I can get started faster than if I have to do like set up all the framework of writing everything in expressions. So everything's just freezing today. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, I gotta check this right quick. So yeah, JavaScript. I think the power of knowing JavaScript and what I could do with this would be pretty awesome. I think everything that's like more of an advanced feature seems to rely on JavaScript and like the commands that it's capable of. Like this whole navigation and how it's actually being how it's reflecting the active state that's what Ari did fully in JavaScript. And that's only because I'm powering it by the CMS. But this is something like I just flat out couldn't do. It seems easy, it should be easy, but it just requires, I guess I don't know, he made it look really easy, and I made it really hard for him to do. I didn't have time to screen share, and he did it basically like through inspecting on his end, which is just crazy to me. But yeah. Hype to hype it. I don't know. I just have like this feeling like whatever I'm doing is just not that cool sometimes, and like in the intro, I think you're talking about the song. It's just like it's like building up to like it's just gonna be a letdown whenever it's just like my stupid face shows up on stream. It's like didn't live up to the hype. So more like ambient type stuff. That's gonna be more my jam. And Lauren's probably one of my favorite artists. So doing my own version of that without doing extensive writing. But I think it's something like I want to just evolve over time. I'd love to just like every month have a different track, like give myself a month because I want to get better at music production and music theory. I need to kind of just work at, and I think putting the time in, I don't think there's any way around it. But yeah, that'll be fun. I want to see. I don't know what I just did. Where's my settings? Oh, that's right. I'm looking at Ableton Live settings right now. I kind of want to like just take a listen before I play it. If I play it, I don't know. I probably won't play it. Let me see if this shows up. Wait, is there any audio showing up right now? Oh, there isn't. Sorry. Yeah, there's no rain or anything, which I mean, it's probably whatever to most people. I need to. Speaking of, I need to turn that shit down. Yeah, I'm curious if this shows up on the stream. I don't hear it at all. Sometimes the audio out on live gets a little weird. Oh, Luke, you hear it? Weird, so it's going... Yeah, just... Oh, the rain and thunder stuff. Okay, yeah, I think that should work now. Oh, this is now playing. Is it going through the stream, though? I hope not. I'm just like, it's a solo track right now. Sorry, I'm just getting... Shouldn't be any of the track coming through now, but I just need to shut up about it and just do it later. But I'm like going through and doing a lot of like the automation on it. I need to do like mixing. I can't master for shit, so if someone hears it and they're just like nails on the chalkboard, sorry. I used to just turn everything up and just put like a limiter on the master, and like it just was like crunchy and just sounded gross. But yeah, you'll just hear it next stream. I'm just gonna change it. I just have to figure out how I can cut a loop for it. And then trying to do audio. Sorry, I don't know if I was talking louder because the track was playing. Yeah, I need to like think. I don't know. It's like design thinking coming across everywhere, and it probably sounds cheesy, but like how I can cut the song for like bumpers for individual videos, how it plays into live, how I put it to whatever I'm working on. Yeah. Webflow. So what I was working on was this, I don't think list view. I don't know what the right word is, but the idea of like just having everything stack, basically extracting the lightbox entirely out of the equation, because I hate that fucking thing so much, but I don't know a better way, like, don't know a better way like to view these, and I could hard code it and I could create a custom lightbox. It would probably take forever to load, but that's, I don't know, that doesn't seem like the best way. And the reason why right now I have it on separate pages, like theoretically I could do tabs and I could use interactions to kind of fade one out, fade one in. It just will really mess with page height, and I think that will throw, I don't know what's going to happen with this if I start like recalculating the height by like turning different things on and off. I could try it. In theory, it shouldn't be any different for load because it's pulling the same assets, but I do wonder if I have it on a separate page if it's going to have to load again or if it's going to be quick. Because it's technically using the same exact structure, it's just how that layout is being applied. So it's all like these index images, but just different layout within the grid. So, or this 8-column grid that I have within. So if I go back, I just need to figure out this. I remember I was having a hard time with it because right now, I don't know if people, actually I checked the analytics, someone out there is using them. If you click these arrows, it takes you to like the main portion of the content. But like where it like lands is always going to be the top of some container, and I think I've done it in a really dumb way with like artificially like I have the menu spacing offset. I think I talked about this last time. Like this is the height of the navigation. And like if I click the link and so I set it to, where is it? The list grid. No, where is it? Oh, I think I'm doing it through here. So this is the client name. So the div ID is client name. And then I think this is going to list. How is... Oh, okay. So the whole thing is list. So the kind of dumb, because that's not really, this is not part of the list. This is the list, but it doesn't really matter. It's just the height being calculated. So if you click that, that'll scroll that part to the top of the screen. So right now, the thing is, if I click this, you have to be thinking about where that's going. So right now it's the proper spot, and that's, I've kind of netted out like I'd rather have this right and then kind of reverse engineer a way to get this kind of work, or where that even lives. Like maybe this lives on the side entirely. What? I locked my watch apparently. Fun. I do wonder if it's something that lives over on the side, so you can always change between it. It feels like it makes more sense here. Like I almost want to like pin it to the top there. But then if it sticks here, it's kind of, there's really no good place for it to stick. It's my problem with it. I guess it could be down here too. But that's, no, that spacing is only there on list view. That's the problem. But I want it somewhere consistent for what am I trying to say? for both like grid and list view, or whatever the name is that I've come up with. But let me just, this is what I do when I just hit like, when I get stuck on stupid, like I'll just try and do little things to chip away at it. Like I know I need to make this as an interaction. So I'll just make, well, if it's on, the active one should be a link, but this needs to be a link back to collabs. So ideally, if I see body content, I come back here. Oh, did I do this right though? Make sure I combo class this. And so this is where, like, again, I'm kind of background thinking about this stuff. This is just housekeeping. Like, you don't want to have the div names sort of run away from you. I mean, you can. There's nothing wrong with using div block 814. Problem with me and my, like, the simplest explanation of why I try and keep them clean is if I do custom code, I always forget how to target divs with spaces in the name. And I don't know if it's as simple as having a space or if it's like becomes underscore, or, I don't know. And it's kind of nice, like I just make a point not to research why. I just have had issues targeting divs with spaces in the class name. So that's my motivation. And I kind of just keep it that way. Like, it's a nice passive way to it's like a positive not positive reinforcement. I can't think of it. Should probably work off. So this is container collab list option. So they both inherit that. So this should be, so if you do, what's great about webflow too is a lot of the shortcuts like Command Shift enter will rename whatever the class is. So C, that's container, collab, tabs, spelled properly. So this is the container views. Again, like, I need to drill down and like make sure I made a point to come up with the syntax of like the C being for container, T being for type, G being for grid, B being for button. Like that is, I think, a good step. But from there, my syntax and like, it starts becoming inconsistent. And I think that's where I've gotten in trouble is I start going through all my classes. Like I have 168 classes to clean up. That's a problem. These are all the classes I use, and like text block 115, and you'll see like it's just inconsistent. Journal, I forgot all these journal posts. At some point, I want to do like a journal blog. Like I started it. Where is it? I called it minutes, but I want to make this like a stream. Like it's something like I can just. Yeah. This is like old design language. I had an idea of doing all sorts of like pin lining and meta, but it just became dumb. It's just like, it doesn't really say anything. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't really say anything on my site, but that's like next level. Where was I going with that? Yeah, oh, it's all like the old class naming syntax. So I'm slowly getting there, and it's something I want to improve, but yeah, I've found many instances where it's technically targeting the same thing. Because if you, so, terrible long-winded explanation. So, let's say I don't have a class name on this, it's just kind of default. I set my styles and I want to create a class. You start typing it in, and it comes up with select like recommendations. So C, it's just listing off everything with a C, and it's just trying to like push me into consistency. So it's like collabs, and then see, I don't know if I do collab and collabs, probably. See, it should be C collab intro. It should be title. I think feature title. Intro text. So this is a dumb problem, but it's hard to keep clean. It's not option list. I'm just gonna undo. What is? Oh, let's see. I had an idea for sections. So another element you can use in webflow is sections. I don't really understand the appeal of them. It's a div block with a width of 100%, so it extends across the full width of the browser. Window. It's perfect for full screen backgrounds. If you want to center content within a section, drop a container inside your section, add your content to the container. Okay, so it is just a different type of div, but it's set at 100% width. The problem, like it must be 100 view width. If it's 100%, then you should be able to nest sections within sections, but you can't. Which to me is kind of dumb. But I'm sure there's some smart reason, because I'm dumb. Have you ever looked into Touch Designer? I bet you could do some cool animation with your music to visualize it on a web page if you wanted to. I have not. Touch Designer. Canadian, eh? Projection mapping. How do I learn? Damn, these look like some old arrows I did way back. Kind of fun. They don't have like a video? It's new. more node-based stuff. Yeah, I want to do a lot of like visualization type stuff. I don't know if I have it up for... I'm gonna do a search. So I was just gonna take lives, lives like Spectrum, and I was just gonna do a screen recording as I'm playing it, and that's how I would do music visualization. So when I have like the audio section on my website, it would just be like the visualizer. I'd record it, but then I'd want to pull it into like DaVinci and start messing around with like how I'm showing the progress of it. Where the hell did that go? My files are kind of all over right now. I don't know what's going on. I need to spend like a week just reorganizing some things, but I'll definitely check that out. I think that's interesting. I might have to turn audio off. I don't know if I'm gonna get DMCA warning. It just sounds like ambient. I mean, that's pretty cool. I have a soft spot for like particle-based stuff, so this is pretty sweet. I wonder, like, I'd be curious like how much control I have. Yeah. Motion tracking stuff. Yeah, I mean this would be all really cool to play around with. I don't know what like the learning curve is for this, like for what I want to do. Like how hard would it be? Application building, projection mapping, times 3D. It'd be somewhere between this and live shows, I guess. Something that's reactive to audio. Yeah, but for audio and vision, laser, patterns, yeah, that'd be cool. Ableton Live Sync, what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm gonna save this for later for sure. How much is it though? $2,200. Damn. Where's the starving artist rate? That's not bad. Like if you think about the cost of a lot of 3D software, that's not really bad at all. The one that gets me is like C4D prices. It's just crazy. Like I want to learn it, but I don't want to like $100 a month learn it. So that's billed $1,200 a year. I thought they used to have like, oh yeah, perpetual pricing. This shit's like almost funny. But I mean, if you really think about what the software is capable of, it's really not that crazy. It's just sticker shock for me. Especially like, I had C4D back in the day. I can't remember if it was like a student license or something like that. I just could not wrap my head around it. And seeing like what Ash does, what like Olaf and all these guys are doing, I don't know. Like I can't draw for shit, but I can composite with like shape-based stuff. because I kind of understand lighting form, but I can't. There's something about like drawing, like my mind-hand connection just isn't there. But if I can do like CAD-based stuff, like for me doing a lot of my like, I wouldn't have to composite as much stuff. I think this sort of shit, like it takes a long time, but right now it's modular. Like I can just listen the way this is. Like I can just add an image to a smart object and it's done. It will definitely be better if I use C4D. Like my composites are in like this really kind of odd place of they look kind of photorealistic, but they're absolutely not. Like I don't think anyone's gonna mistake this as like an actual space. It's close, but I think like people's eyes are discerning enough to kind of pick things apart. Like if you look close enough, maybe you kind of blur your eyes a little bit and just look at it. It's like the shadows aren't perfect. Like if you look at the file and all the different maskings and shit going on, like it's not perfect. it's pretty bad. Blender, you know what? I should probably look at that. I don't know anything about it. I mean, download Blender. I like the sounds of that. How much is it? Does Blender stand alone, or is it? It's open source, so it's free then. No, I switched from C4D, couldn't be happier and richer. That's awesome. I mean, I'm all for it. Like, right now, not working. Like, I keep wanting to like carve out time to keep exploring. Like, I have these side projects, but like getting into live, like C4D is the one, and 3D in general is what's like defeated me. I spent hours and hours and hours trying to figure out modeling, and it just didn't click. It's like that and JavaScript. Two things that just never stuck. Standalone full pipeline from modeling to editing, positing the final stuff. Blender, sweet. I'm gonna take a look at this. I don't know if it'll be in anyone's best interest for me to start like diving in initially. I do want to open it up and kind of just poke around and see what's what. I think it'll be good for me to kind of just get base level knowledge, and then maybe just do a stream or something where I'm recreating these and lighting them properly and then replacing them. Probably this one, like, it's really simple in terms of like Photoshop shapes, but it's probably the most realistic. Yeah, this just can't. Someday. Yeah, I'm excited about this. And I've seen, I don't know why I've seen Blender pop up, but I always assumed it was like something that integrated within some other application like C4D or whatever the other applications are. So let's see. Bring this up. Open. Switch to. I don't have an app for this on here. Let me. This. Delete that. Sorry, I have to do some desktop cleanup. There's just random shit all over the place. Notes from Ari's site. Let's do desktop stream. I still don't have my iPad out, so I'm dumb. Wait, I didn't switch. I did switch. Where'd Blender go? I mean, I didn't spend a lot of time in C4D, but this looks fairly similar. this like ZBrush type stuff? Interesting. I'm sure I'm doing it all wrong. But that's wild. Like, one, that it's only like 400 megabytes or whatever, and that this is totally open source and free. This gives me a lot of hope. So seriously, thank you guys for bringing this to my attention. I made a lot of dumb assumptions about what this was. But yeah, I mean, this is all sharp, clay, grease, scrape. Wow. I don't know what half of these are. Like, what's this? My first step is usually just like cut it. Perspective, smooth. Yeah, this is probably painful to watch. I'm going to spend some time learning this because I love just doing like texture-based stuff and compositing and like creating the scene versus. I like doing the lighting, but I don't have the time. Like, if I can just model something here and like hopefully I can create a library of like phones, so I don't have to do the modeling once. I can do like the display once. I could probably model like the stream deck and then just get like all sorts of different angles. Like, that's been always the allure of 3D for me, is like if you create the asset, it's all about like how you set the camera up, how you light it, and you can always modify. It's not like with compositing, it's like you're stuck and it's one forced perspective. You can't change it. It's hard to upscale. I don't know. It's a lot more inflexible, the way I do it at least. I'm sure there's other ways of doing it. Make sure. Nope, not that. Oh, wow. Standalone. When I first started working as 3D artist, I wanted C4D so bad because I thought that every good artist has it, and I need to be good, but it is caught up to all the industry standards. Space bar equals search saves your life. Oh. Upright. Thin topo. Check that. Thank you for that heads up. I don't know what I just did, but it seems like that was a good move. When you want to learn Blender, then look into Blender Guru on YouTube. He has taught us all. Blender Guru. Yes. I mean, I like the amount of YouTube videos I watch just on like basic shit. It's like it never stops. Like, I don't know. This is where I want to like make some so I can give things like this back, because this shit is so useful just to have like a very specific need and have someone very succinctly explain it to you. And like being able to like break things down. Like, I really appreciate people who take the time. I mean, I haven't done the time to really make like a structured class, but like if you're thinking about like materials and how you have to plan, like this shit takes time. But man, Silas and Federico, thank you guys so much. Like, I'm so excited right now. I probably didn't need something else on my plate. I'm trying to like I'm like a dog chasing traffic, but yeah, this is gonna be a lot of fun. Oh, I just want to dive in. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Okay. I will not subject S to that anymore, but that is high on list of things to do. Sweet. I've had some success rendering 3D in webflow using Model Viewer. I'm not familiar with that. Oh, is this where you can just like import 3D models and it renders them? I mean, shit, this would be so cool. Bookmarking this. Add bookmark. Model viewer. Thank you, Mike. I mean, this is, if this is what I think it is, it seems like it's names, content authors to. I'm sure, like I always say this stuff, and it just would be like a very simple search to kind of understand. Nope was in the initial settings. Now you find that in preference now. I'm not sure. There's like a little bit of delay with the stream, and my tangents, I'm sorry, just go everywhere. It never stops, but that's the beauty of it. Yeah. I mean, that's why like I've chosen to kind of stay in the work, because to me I'm not interested in like honing my skills in managing people. Like I got into the creative industry to do creative work, and when you're just sitting in meetings all day, like I did it I like filled in for a role for like 4 months, and I did design once. No, that's not a lie. I think I did like once or twice. Yeah, it just sucked. Like, I didn't enjoy it. I'm not good at managing people, and like, I'm kind of matter of fact, and I don't know. I've worked on being very honest, and for better or worse, like that comes through in feedback, and yeah, I could get better at it, but I just don't know. Not nearly as interesting as like just expanding skill sets. Like for me, Ash is like he's a trailblazer for me in terms of like everything he dabbles in and how he's been able to. I mean, dude works harder than me and is more talented, so I'm never gonna catch up. But like he's like I don't know what the best word is I'm looking for. He's like the target. Like that's where I want to go. It's kind of like the path he's carved out. But Mike, for some reason, I don't know if the chat filters out URLs. So I can't see. It says like hero section colon and then nothing. I can't take a peek, unfortunately. I don't know if you can like, feel free to like, if you want to type it in sections of like, or put dot and like parentheses or something. I'd love to check it out and kind of see how you've implemented it out in Webflow. Let's see. Spline design for 3D on Webflow. design tool for 3D. Create and publish 3D web experiences. Build and iterate fast. Damn, you guys are gonna keep me like. I mean, I love learning this stuff, but it's just like the rabbit hole continues. This looks super interesting. What are people saying about it? To export in Spline as a public URL and also get the iframe code, you simply create HTML element, HTML embed in your webflow project and paste it, but I haven't figured out why it isn't full width. Add 100% width, that would be my first assumption. Also turn on and off the pan zoom, rotate so you can properly scroll through the page. That's funny, like they're embedding 3D experiences, but they don't know width equals 100% to make it full bleed. That's kind of funny. You don't know what you don't know. They know Spline, I don't. Spline design. No 3D animation using Spline design. Let's see your birdhouse. Hey. So you can create 3D objects, you can animate them. Ah, fuck, this is gonna be interesting. Oh, it doesn't let you. Can't clone it. Huh. Let's see. GB after life.webflow.io. Is this 3D? Right? Or oh, is the cursor? Ah, man, you're doing so much stuff. I don't know how you do this in webflow. Actually, I do. This is time consuming. Props to you for doing this. At least for me. If you move your mouse in hero section, you can see 3D. I don't see it? Mike, am I missing it? I can be pretty dense. Sorry about that. First time user testing works in my Chrome. You know, I don't know what it, my Chrome, I wonder if it's some extension I have. that's what's keeping it, because it's like with mine, it has like the fucking disco stream. So I have Safari open out off the live stream. Mouse position's not hitting anything. But yeah, let me know if that. I mean, if that's some bug. But yeah, I know it goes with user testing and all that stuff. But definitely be keen to check that out. Kevin, random question: what kind of monitor do you use? I have the Apple XDR display. That was a tough one, but it, like, considering what else is out there and what I wanted to do, how often I use it, like, there really is no comparison. Like, there's been rumors that Apple's going to come out with like a 4K version, because honestly I don't need whatever it is 6K. Like, maybe that's what makes it so nice all the time, but I don't really need that. If they had a 4K version, I'd do that. If they had an upgraded version of the old Thunderbolt displays, that would have been perfect. Maybe a little bit bigger and, like, I don't know, whatever local dimming they use. There's such a big opportunity if they just made like a 4K version that was cheaper. Like, the people who need 6K, I think, is a pretty niche thing. But for me, like, I wanted color accuracy, and I was just looking across everything else. Like, I probably could have gotten if I took the time and did monitor calibration. Ironically, now even with this, I'm having all sorts of color problems. Like, just the whole thing with color profiles using sRGB versus P3, you get inconsistencies there. And then I use Sketch for some of my design. It's just, I invested in Sketch like before Figma was really taking off, because I was doing everything in CS6 Photoshop, if I want to feel old. Sorry, I need a book there. There's two. That's why I make that simple. What was I saying? God damn it, I'm such a goldfish. Oh yeah, Sketch color profiles. So I would import something. I would take a screenshot of something into Sketch, use the eyedropper within Sketch. It's the same document. So, like, let's say I had like something I want to extend the background on, I would eyedrop the solid background around the image, and I'd get a different color. And like, that's not a monitor problem. That's a broader, like, color profiles problem, which I just need to take the time to understand, like, what is what with that. Because I ran into it a lot when I was using DaVinci Resolve. And I started doing some of that halation, and you have to, like, transform color spaces. Apparently you have to, like, transform to linear, do the effect and transform out, but you're doing it, I was trying to do it from a still, and then I was getting like this reduced gamma, which apparently is a known problem, but again, it's just colors in general. And then also with this, like, it has fixed profiles built in, so if I go display settings, so if I'm going to do photo editing, I'll do the photo profile. And I also have calibrated the display. I have like the Spider X, I think. It doesn't seem like it's on right now. Oh no, you can't see my screen. Desktop screen. So there's all these different set profiles you can use. So for me, I have the the photography, which is like P3 D65. I think that's like how bright it is. I don't know. Or maybe that's the white point. I really don't know. I just did research, and like, I think Apple's support site tells you what each of these are. So you like fine-tune calibration. Yeah, so you can adjust the white point. I wonder if I need to do if I put my, like the spider reading into here and do it, instead of like using spider software to manipulate the Apple profile. I should probably look at that. I'll put that in my things in a second. I'll just go back to Chrome browsing. So it's always something. Like, so this was great fun to be here the first time. Have fun with whatever you're doing now. Thanks, Alice. Appreciate you coming through, man. Again, subscribe. Sounds like you must be subscribed. You got the notification because I think you were here super early. So I appreciate it, man. I appreciate all like the insights, all the questions. That's why I think this is kind of fun. Just connecting with other people, talking about stuff that's outside my area of understanding. Especially all like the Blender stuff you guys are talking about. Like this is, there might be Blender streams soon, but I don't know how valuable it is to like watch me struggle. It's like everything that's on the fringes of like me doing music production. Like I'm okay. I don't know the software super well, but it's showing the creative process, which is really messy. But like, I don't think people are gonna want to sit around while I just like play shit that's out of key. Or if I'm doing stuff with Blender and it's just like you're just sitting there and just like you tip shit, like you're just use that tool, like that's what you want. Like that's probably not that great. I think more my wheelhouse to this point is design and photos. So I'll probably stick to that. See where this goes. Gonna have to figure all this out on a Windows system. Yeah, the color profile stuff makes it all complicated while trying to edit photos and making stuff in general. Yeah, it really is like I've made peace with the fact that like you really can't, I mean there's no way to control how things look everywhere. And I think this is kind of obvious for people who have done their homework on it, but for me it wasn't. I mean, I always knew like there's like the cheap TVs that have like the high contrast and extra saturation to make things cheaply look better, but for me, like how an image would show up on that, like even from this to my TV, vastly different. Like when I have the Apple TV app running, it's just, or I have like someone I know has my screensaver on their not their PC. They're like older laptops. And they have like different settings or something. It's mostly TVs, if I'm being honest. And it's just like, damn, like that's not how I want that to look at all. But there's nothing you can do. So yeah, I would dive in on color profiles. I know nothing about it on Windows. Sorry, Kevin, I can't help you there. But for me, like just having a source of truth, and I think there's really great like non-Apple displays out there. I know like the LG 5K a lot of people use. I don't know how they are with color accuracy, but I know a lot of like design studios, like that was their next jump from the Thunderbolt displays, which comically like people were still like studios are still buying those up like 2-3 years ago, and they've been out forever. But yeah, can you use, I don't know if you can use the XCR display with non-Apple computers. I have to think you can. It's just pretty much USB-C or Lightning or whatever the hell it is. I think they're the same. But yeah, like I would just say like whatever you can do to like get your baseline consistent, like then you can sleep well knowing that like it's how you want it and that's how you're experiencing it. I guess the true test is then like how it prints, which then there's other calibration problems too. That's why right now I don't even have the like prints available on my site, because I can't control color. That's my big problem. I'm gonna start doing test prints and just do like a grid of things where it's just like I'll have like neutral in the middle, and then it'll be just like as I go up, like let's say I'll mess with like color temperature, and then left to right will be exposure, because exposure is the biggest thing that I found. I had someone order a print and it was like an image at the water line, and there's like two surfers sitting on the horizon line, so it's a little bit darker with the underwater naturally versus the sky, but the way it printed out, it was just black. And it was a birthday / Christmas gift. I had to like rush reprint it, and like I just ended up, I was like, well, better safe than sorry. I'm just gonna blast exposure on this up like a stop or something, and hope for the best. And it came out. It was, if I'm being honest, still a tad dark, but it was definitely better than what it was. And that's like my mom has this shot from Half Dome at sunrise, and I stand by my original edit where like the shadows, largely the information wasn't visible, but oh, excuse me. My voice is cracking like I'm 13. But it was just like half of the image was just black. It's just like fuck. And it was a matte acrylic, so there's something about the light diffusing through the matte. It reflects away a lot of light, I guess. I don't know. So there's always something, man. It's crazy. Are the Evanetta posters you made with Ash still on sale? Yes, they are. I think they're still on my site. I think. Ash has them for sale through his. He has like a set vendor for him. If you want a more sure thing, I would go, or no, I'm gonna say collaborations. He uses Redbubble, I think. That's what they're called. Collab. Ooh, this is kind of a long load. Ooh, this is not good. There's no way it's still loading. One of the streams really messing with my... Oh, it should be good. So if I'm at 250 and it's loading that slow... Oh, I didn't fix that one. Yeah. I think they're still available. Yes. You can't order them through here. I don't have like a set vendor right now. Yeah, and I'm thinking about getting my own printer, which makes this a lot easier, but I don't think I can do the larger format stuff. I would definitely go with Ash's website right now. I'll be very honest, like Ash promoted it, and I promoted it, and I know for sure there's at least one sale he had of posters. I didn't have any through my site, and that's probably why people just figured they'd order through him. And I don't think I'm garnering the traffic or the following that he has. So, yeah. Let's see. Ash Thorpe. Redbubble. I don't think you can do. Yes, they are in here, but I don't know if he has them organized by projects. Yeah, they're all in here. I don't like the presentation on Redbubble. Definitely leaves something to be desired. Are these flags? Weird. Well, hopefully they don't print out like that, but sorry, I'm gonna mute this for a second. Oh, I think I might be getting sick. hung out with my nephews, and they were both just definitely sick. So maybe it's good I'm getting the stream in today. I don't know if I'll be back. But yeah, I probably should have pasted the address to the page in there. But yeah, they are for sale. I'm gonna go back to this unless anyone else has any. I mean, at any point, if there's any questions like about anything, just go nuts. So I did update this. Okay. So list view, grid view. Yeah. So there's my problem. So I don't think I'm going to be able to retain position of, like if you go between views, that's going to be the problem about going different pages. But I like if there's part of the problem. Okay, so I'm just going to take another step back. These pages are heavy. They're very heavy. And I like if looking at the Ash page, or like this Evanetta, which this, I made this before the site and I tried not to change too much. It kind of coexists with my site, but this is all like different classes and styles, and I should probably update it and consolidate, but I haven't. It's still doing, yeah, it's doing like it is lazy loading this. God, these fucking light boxes are such trash. Such a terrible way to present. But why is there? Oh, it's the full view, zoomed in view, which doesn't translate. Dude, this kind of shit I would love to do in Blender. Like I just made this from Photoshop shapes. I'm just doing cast shadows, and like the shadows are probably too strong, but yeah. I actually found you through Ash. I'm glad you found your work. I go to school for interactive design. Was inspired by a lot of your photos and website. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, Ash was super kind to post up my work on his channel. He's got far greater reach than I do. And he did it for like every post. So I definitely saw some people making their way through, and it's awesome. I mean, even just like working with him in general, but then him like promoting some of the stuff I'm doing is kind of surreal. I won't lie. He's always been kind of like I don't know. He's been the GOAT in my eyes, like in terms of like creative output, everything he's done, the quality he's at, how long he's been at it. Like it's just, I don't know if there's anyone out there who matches what he's up to. Evan page loaded fairly quickly for me. Maybe there was some small downtime at the moment. Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. Yeah, I wonder if I do this in like a incognito browser. It's still loading. Still loading. Still loading. Still loading. Wow, this is. I'm glad it was fast for you. It's still loading. This is insane. So when I submitted to awards, they give you like an audit of your website. I don't know why the fuck I got developer award. Like, there's so many like best practices like in the report. Basically, like the performance side of it, it gave me a 33% out of 100. And it's gonna inherently like it's gonna score badly because there's so much media. Like, this is a very image media heavy site. There's no way it's gonna like be super optimized. No, it's Coaster. Um, like, and the problem is like I'm preloading all of these things, which is not good. So there's so much that could be better. But yeah, I need to take a look at it. See if I can get away with some not using background images, because you can't load background images you can't lazy load background images without using an additional JavaScript script. That's my understanding of at least. So that's like another like whole thing I just don't want to get into. Because Webflow, like if you use the image element, they have a checkbox, or they have a drop down of like, you can either eager load, so that's what everything's set to right now by default, is it's going to load with the preload. Or you can have it deferred, so which is basically lazy loading, so once it scrolls into your viewport, that's when it loads. So these are all set through background images, or that's the media, get background image from media 5. So this is like the blurring issue I was talking about with responsive images. I tried doing like, there was another plugin where you could do div attributes and do loading was lazy. Doesn't work as far as I can tell. Yeah, that and like the height. So it was even an issue on the originals. So my initial loading strategy that I made it work entirely. This first image was eagerly loaded. So no matter what, like that is an image you're gonna see. You didn't really need to load all 10. And that's really the problem with this page right now. Like it is loading every one of these fucking images at the beginning, which is such a waste. Like this is where I need to figure out like how to get away from the background image, because it's not meant to be implemented this way. And I think if I can just figure out what I'm doing wrong with the image element itself, especially when it comes to like CMS powered stuff, then I want to go back to the image element, do a lot more lazy loading. And I don't know, it might even be to a point where like the jumping around, like if you click on like JW.S, like it doesn't get you to the right position at first. Then you click it again, then it'll do it, because it has to recalculate height of images that were lazy loaded. I'm sure there's workarounds with doing placeholders, but again, that's just over my head. We get caught up. Who's Ash? I'm coming from Ari's side. Ash Thorpe. This guy's a savage. So yeah, Ash, it's altcinc.com. He's just like an independent creator. Like the whole Evanetta project, like he did. I mean, the credits for him on that are crazy. But I'm guessing like if you know my work and saw my site, you've seen the film. But like just getting a look into the stuff he makes, like this wild 3D work. Like I don't think he does. I don't know. He does like a lot of like video these days, a lot of illustration. He's just like, in terms of skill sets, this Saab S9 is like my favorite. Like the video we put together, I don't know if it's, let's see if it's copyrighted. That's just wild. like, so that's his Make Haste Corp, where he does all these custom builds. Like, so my understanding of his process is that he gets like the base model from, I think, Turbo Squid or one of those like resources, and then he just goes nuts and just builds all these custom parts, takes things apart. I mean, if you look at the details, so he does like the Mace Haste thing with this guy Carlos Color Sponge. I think it's at Color Sponge on Instagram. Like the two of them are just monsters. Like the texture and detail, like it's wild. And like some of the Evanetta assets he sent me to work with, like you start digging into like the finer details. Like there's so much stuff. It's like if you really think about the reality of like these sort of cars, and it actually like seeing that inspired just little things with. I have it up here. I should just click that link. Oh no. Let's see. I want to see if I can pull up. This might fire up Photoshop, which might bring everything down. So if I go down, that's what happened. All right, so this is gonna start up. I don't think I have Photoshop as a. Let's see if I can create a new scene in Streamlabs real fast. Sorry, Photoshop. So if I go, not Chrome. Oh, I think I just screwed it up though. It just doesn't update the list. I don't understand why. So basically, there's a list of windows you can choose to display in Streamlabs, but it's not showing Photoshop for some reason. So I have to go back to desktop streaming. Love it. Desktop stream. I think it's showing? Yes. So it's like all the details of like adding these textures. This is way too close in. So like if it's a print and you have like these different aspect ratios, like there's gonna be wear marks where like someone who has like a socket, it's gonna just like create circular wear marks on there. Like if this thing's, I think I got rid of it, so I didn't really like the result. But like thinking about like this metal plate being something that's taken on and off, put it on the ground, collects dirt. But yeah, you can see like this is like the pre DaVinci Resolve like halation, like film blur grain being added. But yeah, like if you go, let's go back to Streamlabs, Chrome browsing. Where is it? But like, yeah, you can look at the details in here. Like, there's like dirt patterns that show up like behind the wheel, like at the exhaust, because a lot of them would be catless. So then it's just spewing out all sorts of like black smoke and like the soot they have. Like you can see the wear marks along here. Like just the level of detail is just, I don't know. Like me not being able to like mesh two cubes together and in C4D is just like, I don't know. There's a whole art to all this stuff, and I know nothing about it, but it is so damn impressive to me. But yeah, that is Ashlar. I would recommend diving into all of his work. I mean, yeah, so he's getting a lot into like film emulation, and you can see like it doesn't feel 100% natural, but it's really well ingrained and like I don't know. I mean I can't talk too much shit. There's no way I could get it this close, but um, yeah. And the video he cut for it, all the graphics he does. So he does all the design on it. He does all the modeling. It's just wild. Let's see. Yeah, like what Kevin said, like he's the GOAT, and like he built out the cage on the inside. Like all this stuff he doesn't have to do. Like he just does it. He just loves building this shit. Like I've been fortunate enough to talk to him about some of the stuff here and there, and it's just like I try not to geek out and fanboy out, but man, it's just yeah. He goes in and shows process too. Like his case studies that he does on Behance and on his site are just super inspiring. Like I can't recommend it enough. Like if there's anyone ever who doesn't need to do, he doesn't need to do anything at this point. Like he's fucking made it. You see like how it's built in C4D. I think that's C4D. Wrong. Hopefully it's Blender and there's some hope I can create this. There's probably no hope. But this kind of shit would be fun. Just doing, I don't know, it's like unprompted, just make your own thing. Do I have a stream schedule? Not yet. I'm really trying to figure out kind of how much I can do as I have some of these projects ebb and flow. Like, how do I make time to do it? Because some of the ones, like the next collaboration I'm working on, I can't. We had a conversation about it actually last week, and I can't talk about it for a little bit. I want to keep it under wraps. I think I'll be able to kind of tease it out once we get pretty close to being done. But those sort of things I can't stream. I could probably stream and just be available and take questions, but that's not always the easiest. Like if I'm doing some like interactive explorations on like kind of like a weird navigation structure. I don't know, I'm just coming with a specific example. Like it's kind of hard to like focus on that break, focus and break. So I'll need continuity. Long story short, I don't have one. If it'd be super helpful for me to kind of schedule like schedule out a schedule for the week, like maybe that'll be good. If I can just create, I'm gonna put it on my to-do list. I'm gonna set that for, I'll probably do it tomorrow. Let's see, inbox, upcoming, new. Create stream schedule template. Like, so if I can basically on Sundays figure out what my week looks like, what I can get away with, like what makes the most sense for me to stream, and also trying to figure out a balance. And like, I'd love feedback from everyone who's here in terms of what would be the most useful. I think I'm most known for design. I think that's how people find me. The people coming from Instagram to YouTube is not nearly as prominent. I think the Instagram following is more like the casual, like they're there for everything that's Instagram, and that's not necessarily going to translate into watching live streams. I think that's more like the designer types who spend all day working, that this might be more applicable to. So yeah, just the engagement when it comes to design streams versus non-design streams is, I've taken notice, I can tell you that. And so that's why the last 3 have been design. It's not that I like don't want to do design or just want to do photos. Like this is time to give back. So whatever is most interesting, like I'm gonna do. But yeah, maybe that's a good workaround to do like Sundays, just post a schedule of like when I'm gonna stream, so people can kind of know. I'm bad at scheduling, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, good call. Who's that? Kevin. Thank you for bringing that to my attention because I do watch a lot of streamers. I watch some like video game streamers. I watch some like Call of Duty streamers. But it's super interesting to see what they do, how they kind of manage their schedule, all that stuff. So I'm still learning, and I hope this stream isn't too painful. It probably is, but it'll get better. I think it's better than it was before. I'm probably talking really loud. I've been told. Girlfriend's here. She's like trying to have calls, and people think the TV's on. It's like the door's closed. They can still hear me, so I don't know. That's kind of what I like about his work. It goes from some level of realism, but it's not 100%. I'm not sure what it is, but it's fascinating. I agree. Yeah, I think he's just getting closer and closer to photorealistic. I think as he's learning different techniques. I think he talked to Miguel Santana. Yes, this guy. Yeah, he linked up. So this guy, if you don't know, if you want to get into film emulation type stuff, or just appreciate, or if you want to look for like a good preset pack, like this guy's making the ultimate one. Like all this stuff is stuff that's like from his own pack that he's making, and the colors are just, I mean, you could look at them, they're fucking amazing. But he's doing it in a way that's scalable. Like he said it's not going to be like one and done, like you just do one setting and it's just like you're good. You're probably gonna have to mess with it a little bit, but as like a starting point, he's like, if you just, he hasn't posted much lately, and this pack is, I think, like a year overdue from when he initially said it was going to launch, but he keeps learning new things, and it's like, if you he'll do breakdowns of like what he's learning and how he's applying that. I think it's Lightroom and I think it's Resolve, but like how he processes the nodes, so it's like, and he's broken down the process of actual film development and like why certain things happen, and so how do you recreate that dynamically, like if like there's halation around the edges of like the fringing, and so that's, he changed up his order and I think how he processed it in order to achieve that little effect. So it's, the amount of little details are crazy. So long, kind of back to what I was saying, is Ash talked with him about some of the processes for doing more film emulation, which I don't know, this might have been before, but I think if you look at some of the Evanetta stuff, it was in there. That's my understanding, at least. Let's see. Yeah, I think his Behance probably has more stuff, if I'm being honest. I think a lot of this is in carousels. But like, yeah, like looking at this image, like high res, this is wild. It's like I have my own photos as my wallpaper, so I can kind of just see them and find stuff I don't like. But I just want to put his stuff on there. And like, here's the details. It's funny, like all this stuff is like super detailed and should be high res, but I can't really put it up there. But like all like the textures, so there's like rubber pellets that'll like get kicked up and it'll make like little streak marks. It's just fucking unreal. That's enough for Ash for now. Just love the vibes in here and learn a lot too. Fuck man, that's exactly what I want to hear. Like, I would love for this just to be a place for people to kind of come together, talk, check different things out. I mean, there's so many inspiring people out there. I mean, Ash and Miguel in their own respective worlds are just two prime examples. But yeah, I mean, it's fun just to dive into that stuff. I do watch video game streams time to time, but the fact that a designer streaming is so awesome. Yeah, thanks, man. I mean, I go on Behance, and they have live streams, and like I don't know what their deal is, and like, are they good? Are they Yeah, like here. But they're all like Adobe products because Adobe owns Behance, so I don't know. But like I don't want to shit talk, but like, what are we doing here? It's all photo editing, which is great. Creating scroll stopping content. Okay. Yeah, I guess like I don't know what they're if they're trying to do class type things where it's all like just technical implementation, and like different approaches on how to use Lightroom. So they might have a bias approach, or I guess like, you just know you're gonna learn Photoshop or Lightroom, Illustrator, but yeah, and like I think I try and be transparent and honest and like I don't know. There's so many shitheads in our industry, and I just try not to be one of them. Maybe I am, and just it's like being insane. Like you don't know you're insane. But yeah, I don't know. I have fun with this stuff, and like just seeing that there's actually people here and kind of chatting. Like this is fun for me. Like giving back is been on the to-do list for a long time, and just like conversing with other people who are in this industry, because I think once you get into like the interactive world, like it starts getting pretty small. Like the more you get into it, there's a lot of people doing it, but you just kind of I don't know. It always seems like it's smaller, but kind of like expanding out, getting different perspectives. Like I think I need like reality checks a lot. I think there's a lot of things like I think everyone with like this pandemic just being bottled up, you start kind of developing narratives or a line of thought that may or may not be accurate or healthy or kind of whatever. So I don't know. Good getting out and mixing it up. I don't think I'll be going. I've never really gone to conferences, so I don't know if I see myself going there. But yeah, glad you guys are enjoying it. Roman, you too. I don't know how many people are over here. It's funny, like it's definitely going up, which is great. And like, you know, tell a friend if you want to. And like, I don't have an end goal for this. Like, I have no idea where it goes. That's kind of been my MO since going freelance. Is like, I just do shit that's fun. And if it works, I'll keep doing it. If it doesn't work, then I kind of reevaluate. So it's maybe not the best career advice for most people. Like, there's pros and cons to all of it. Like, yes, you can stay in the work, but maybe you don't advance in your career as much, or you don't make as much money. Yeah, it's all give and take, if I'm being entirely honest. I'm curious. I do want to put it on the side, but I don't want to look at the placement. I wonder what's going to happen. I have this all set to like expand, yeah, justify space between. So it calculates this and it distributes everything evenly. So if I throw this in here, unless I do like an absolute position, which would fix the spacing, but it might fuck things up if I like do different scaling. So like, what if I T meta off, turn that off. So the meta, I should put the meta in a container and do the spacing from that. I should be doing the spacing from the tabs. The tabs should be just like very self-contained. This isn't too bad. I was thinking about rotating it. So if you do transforms, rotate 90 degrees, and this is something I've had so much problems with. Like when you rotate things in webflow, it gets a little weird. And it all comes down to like where your transform origin comes from. And I won't lie, like I don't know. I just click around, I'm like, that kind of looks right. That kind of looks right. That doesn't. Like, I don't know. Like that's getting like, okay, so top right's not where I want to go. Like I don't know. I'm just guessing. I want it higher. What's that? Ooh. Higher. Okay. So then, if I do left padding, it's because this is on. What if they're both on auto? So this is where I think the best way to do it is if you, let's see, so I'm transforming this, and if I want to adjust padding, I should really put in a different div. So then I have a container of the rotated version. So let's see, that's what is always striking me as weird, is like it's still calculating that width. I don't understand it. So if I do auto, is it going to do it based off of that width? It's going to be centered. Yeah. Wait, no. Fine. Centered. Okay. I don't know. This is where like things just thought it should work. So if I do 10 view height, I might need to, like I mentioned before, I might just have to jump out right quick. Let's see. Yeah, so this is, excuse me. And I'm not really convinced. I would definitely prefer not to have these vertical to start with. Maybe this becomes a responsive thing. So if I turn rotation off, where is it? Did I rotate from here? I did. Whoops. Probably shouldn't do that. That's probably what my problem is. So if I rotate from here, rotate. That's better. So at least it's centered here. I just don't think it's better. What is it centering? Oh, it's, that's why. It's centering off of the entire column width. So this is me being dumb, I apologize. Actually, if I do, no, because it still has the width. I think this is just getting messy, and like I can tell already, like if I do vertical scaling, like that's already a shit show. Like it's bad enough with all these links. I probably should figure out a way to truncate some of these. I have an idea. I don't know if it's a great one, but creating like a viewable window where ideally, like if you have a normal desktop height, it'll show all of them. But if you get down to narrow height, it'll have like a div set to overflow hidden, and there will be a interaction. No, actually it wouldn't work. There's probably a way to do it, but like if you can't do anything based off view height is the problem with webflow. It would be really nice for vertical responsiveness to be able to then trigger an animation. So if I need to condense it down into like only showing a max of 8, if you scroll, it would then scroll with you. So it would always keep the active one in the center. So you don't see the full list, but you can see the next 4 and the previous 4. So that's where the scalability of this I'm concerned with. I want to start dropping off some of these, like Google. I can't even show any work. It's more just like a dumb flex of like, yeah, I worked on Google, but they're so tied up in NDAs, I can never show it. Sorry, I got away from the chat. How'd you do the blur focus on your website? That is, so with webflow, you can do different page transitions. So I created a system of transition ins. I have one for the homepage, Apple TV products, screensaver, info, collabs, and originals. So each of them, they're all largely the same. I need to be better about like, there's refinement to them. Some of them really drive me crazy. So if I push play, it kind of does like a little shift. I wonder if, let me quit Photoshop. This might free things up a little bit. I do, let's see. I'll have to do desktop streaming in a second, but what I hope to do is probably something. I'll show the process. Sorry, I'm just navigating my own folder structure. I don't remember. 2021. Excuse me. Okay. Let me do desktop streaming. Actually, I think I have to step out. It's literally going to be 5 minutes. I have to go grab something and just take it outside for someone. But I'll show the process of like kind of what I'm going for. And maybe that's something I can work on right now actually, is like I have like a reference versus like what's live. Because the problem with doing something so like obvious, I guess, like with all the blurring and animating and opacity shifts, it's like if you go page to page to page to page and it's all the same, it's just, it stops feeling natural. It just feels like this canned animation, and it's not. So the reality is it's supposed to be like a camera pulling focus, and when you move, like cameras don't pull focus the same way. Okay, yeah, I gotta go take some to someone real fast, so I'll be back in 1 second. I'll turn the audio off too. I'm not gonna subject you guys to that stupid shit. Be right back. 2 to 5 minutes tops. All right, sorry about that. A little bit longer. Let's see. All right. So I'm very new to web right now. I'm learning basic HTML, CSS, but with what I'm seeing, I feel like Webflow is something I should learn. Any thoughts on this? Yeah, I mean, it really depends. I don't think it's ever a bad thing to learn like the core, like how HTML syntax works, how CSS syntax works, how they kind of commingle. It's really not that crazy. But if for me, like the time, like the best bang for your buck, if you're thinking about like time efficiency, um, I would say Webflow. It will, like how Webflow works is all contingent on kind of understanding the basics of HTML. I'll get back to that in a second. But like if you look at how all these elements work, this will pull up. Like all the positioning, like how things are calculated, basically positioning, padding, setting sizes correctly, how you can get into like responsive elements. That's all basic HTML. So like if you know that, it really helps you with your Webflow. But if you want to just get something up quick, um, like Webflow has like the university where they can they break down all these different things. And then like for me, how I learn is like I just kind of get like how I plan on learning Blender is basically just like I'll dive in, play around, and then just like try and understand so I know what I don't know. And then I'll go to like tutorials online, like some of you guys were sending those links to what's the guy's name? Like Blender Guru. Like I'll just sit there and just watch like, okay, he's gonna do this to this, and I'll just pick up different things, and I'm sure I understand tons of basics, and then from there do like very specific searches of like how do I do this, and eventually you kind of have a roundabout skill set. But yeah, I don't know like with how much or how proficient these things are becoming, like Webflow, and I think some of the alternatives. Um, it's it may kind of marginalize the need to understand the fundamentals, like to the degree where you're hand coding. Like for me, like I understood pretty easily like how div structures work, how like how anchor linking works. Like this became like this wasn't something I had to explore. It was just quickly like I know okay I need to create a link that uses like anchor linking to a div ID, and then how that's referenced throughout. So like holistically, it makes your life a lot easier to understand those things. But do you have to know it? Probably not. Like I think if you understand the basics of like how you just need to name styles, if you think of that in like Sketch or Figma as just set paragraph styles, or with this you can make symbols, and that's just as much like symbols in Sketch or components in Figma. It's like the same thing. So there's a lot of crossover where it kind of banks on your just general design knowledge, and you can kind of just build from there and just use the university, and there's tons of I don't know there's maybe not tons there's definitely a couple like really good YouTubers out there who do in-depth things. Like there's the Pixel Geek guy. I think he works for Webflow now. I think he started out just doing tutorials, and then they were like, shit, I don't know. I actually don't know that story, but it seems like he works there now. Well, I'm just about to make up a fucking story like I know what I'm talking about. Learn it, but try to have a good grasp of HTML and CSS at least, but a bit of JS does magic. Never ditch the actual thing if you're going towards web dev and design. Agreed. Like if you aren't strapped for time, like I recommend learning the fundamentals of just like basic syntax, um, and yeah, like the whole JavaScript. JavaScript, I think, is what really can take Webflow sites to whatever you want to call it the next level. Like it really like lets you leverage all the components of webflow and then put them into action. I don't know the best way to say it. Like, I think you can fully utilize webflow if you know JavaScript. If not, you're going to run into some barriers when it comes to like interactions and how that works. And even some of the interactions like webflow has, they give you custom code to put in that's JavaScript. So I don't know why they don't implement more of those things in terms of like native integration of some JavaScript, but it's like all the anchor linking. Like, you can create anchor links through their interface, and that, as I come to understand it, is just purely done with JavaScript. So they do it, but if you really want to utilize it, you have to kind of learn how to do it yourself. For me, it's been an amazing tool to cut out HTML and CSS part of front end while providing a mildly solid back end option for simple stuff. Yeah. That's what I would think is like, if you're a developer, like, it's so much, it's design and development. So much of it's been commoditized. It's like, where's your effort best spent? And it's kind of like in those custom sort of areas, like for JavaScript, like how you can utilize that to make something like this feel more unique than like a lot of the templates and stuff that are out there. And like for me in design, it's like all of the I don't know what they're called. They're like resource packs, all like the PSD templates people have, all of like the toolkits people sell. It's like, I don't know. To me, JavaScript's like that little world to just really accelerate things a bit. I'm doing a terrible job explaining that. Ivan, what's going on, man? Thanks for popping in. Congrats on the side of the day. Thank you. Yep. Didn't make a side of the month. I think the voting just started on that. I didn't expect it to. There's like something from Active Theory in there. I was talking with Ari. For someone like him who has so many sites of the day, he was like, yeah, side of the month is kind of lucky depending on who else is applying, because Active Theory is one of the cool kids. I think I was talking about last time where like no matter what they put out, but they always put out like rad stuff. So I'm not saying it's just like they create artificial hype. Like, they do rad shit and people love it for good reason. So what's going on here, by the way? Why did I go left on that? Did go left. Why? That looks bad. Has it always been that? Yeah, of course, Kevin. Hopefully it's helpful. Like, again, like, don't be shy of like asking questions. Like, I'll try and get through the stream, and like if I don't get through things, I do owe Roman a walkthrough of what I'm doing for the page transition. So let me jump back into that real quick. Hide some of this other stuff. So let me go desktop streaming. So I should use the transition to be better about hiding shit. Is it? Yes. Desktop streaming. So what I did, let's see, interactions. So this is the collabs one. So let me play this. This is when it's done loading. It goes to like this little sequence of like filters, moves, opacity shifts. And they're all kind of happening at relatively random rates. I try and do things within like quarter seconds, half seconds, full seconds. I do need to get away from that, like explicitly for this, because I think you can start, as you go between the pages, as I'm duplicating these transitions in, they start to feel systemic, where it's like at a half second, a blur happens. It's different amounts, different opacities, but it's accompanied with different moves of different amounts. But just like the cadence starts feeling predictable, but that's not what I want. I also have a limited amount of time to try and get an organic series of transitions. I think in not an ideal world, but from just like a purely organic transition world, which is not a world, but I would have more time where I can create variability in the delays and like the amount of moves. I played around with one idea where like it overpanned by a lot and then went back, but it was just, I don't know. That was early on where I didn't have a lot of them. I think I had one transition, and I was like, that'd be kind of cool to just like pan into the space and then have it pull focus. I'm sure you probably noticed, like as you do, let's see, like when you load in, there's a horizontal scroll bar shows up on some of them. Yeah, so it comes in and out. And I tried to hide that by doing like overflow hidden on the body, but I forgot when I did that it breaks every anchor link. Like none of these links work. It's, some people call it a bug, but I think it makes sense. Like if you have, it's trying to calculate height, and if you have something hidden, it's not really like, it is a hard time parsing what's shown and contributing to height and what's not. It's just going to calculate the height. So I think they just have it so if anything up the chain, so it's anywhere. Like some of these elements, that's right, you can't see my cursor. Anything along this chain, if you want anything in, like anything down here to stick, none of this can be set to overflow hidden. If it's like, if it's at like the top level but a different element, you can still do it. You can still have overflow hidden around your page, but you can't have it within that hierarchy, if that makes sense. Wait, no, I'm doing desktop streaming, so you can't see my cursor. Oh yeah, let's see the chats up here. Let me just do this real fast. So what I did is I just like, I wanted to see how my camera, like the Sony, pulls focus. So I just did really quick videos of my really dirty, shout out Ratio Coffee. Some good people over there. But like how, like a camera focus. So I would just like intentionally pan off and like move back. And you can see like how it's trying to find the focus. Like it goes like really blurry. You can hear me like breathing. This is kind of weird. But I do like different speeds, different directions. Like let it do the autofocus, sometimes forcing it to focus. So I just did a series of these, and I don't think I have them. Oh, so that's the thumbnail. Oh, that's Yosemite. So I didn't import these properly, and then I forgot that I never imported them, so I put them in a Yosemite folder. This is how just stupid shit happens. But it was like also like organic like rotation. God, I gotta get rid of that audio. Oh. So just like going back and doing the same thing over and over again. Like, okay, so pulls focus over there. Yeah, so you can see like that like blurring, and that's where I started doing like opacity shifts, where I think like if it pushes it back out of focus, there's a little bit of opacity shift. But then it becomes like, this isn't a real space and can kind of bend rules, where maybe it's like, maybe the site itself is moving. So if it's moving further back in space, I can shift opacity back to create whatever atmospheric perspective you want to call it. So as it's scaling back, it feels further, but not really. But like scaling the body is, I don't know if I should be doing it or not. I tried to do it just the hero section, but with a lot of like section linking between pages. So if I go to the home page, all of the stuff, wow, hate my own pop-up. But like if I click more on like this Bill MRS, oh, what? Is it lowercase? Oh no, it's spelt wrong. Son of a... No. Yes. Squashing bugs while I'm trying to do animations. Sorry, let me just fix this before I forget. So for these, where is it? Yeah, how is that? God, damn it. Um, yeah, I was thinking about something. They had an issue with like relative linking within Webflow for a little bit. Look at that. Oh, no. Let's see. I go here. I wonder if it's really because I'm logged in. It is. Weird. So that's a bug I was trying to fix. Is like, why is it flashing so much? But you can see on the other one, like this thumbnail kind of like flickers on and off. So it's doing something with, I don't know, like cookie based. Like, I don't know. That's not good that that shows up. But yeah, you can see like the thumbnails showing up, gone there, gone, and then it just like crashes. So glad to know that there's a reason it's bugging out. Um, so let's see, Roman. I don't know if that answers your question or not. Like in terms of how I'm doing it, if it'd be helpful for me to kind of walk through some of the details of how it works. But basically, like quick walkthrough. So when it finishes loading, it starts an animation, um, which is this animation. So when it's done loading, it basically does the sequence. And I just create different amounts so I can go through. And so it's C container. So I put everything in basically a wrapper, and I just apply different amounts of filter amount. Like, so this is doing 3 pixels. You can do this in like responsive amounts, so you can do based on view width. But the problem I've had is if I do this on mobile, it's just inconsistent with how it renders blur, like the filter blur. Don't know why. I cannot figure it out. So I've had to kill so many blurs. But yeah, hopefully that helps. So it's really just about like just fine tuning this kind of stuff. So I do want to go through and make, like you can see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 done. Ideally, like I start, like I'll just create a reminder or something, or like a daily task of like create an additional transition. So then I'll just pull up those videos, go back to this, and just um, I'm like a curious old man with the neighbors. Sorry. Let me get off of this Chrome browser. Sorry, I know I'm like all over the place right now. Slightly off top question: how did you come to photography, and how long have you been doing it? So I actually went to, well, how I got into it. I was in high school. No, it might have been before. No, it was high school. High school's kind of when I got into it, um, which was a while ago. I don't want to throw any numbers out. Um, but basically, it just stuck with me. I don't know why. Like I always grew up like doing, like my dad was, he was a elementary teacher, and he always had a thing for art, and so we would just like sit around and draw stuff. So that basically like put creativity in my mind. But then the one thing that stuck was photography, um, and I just kind of kept going with it. Did all the photo classes in high school. Kept going at it on the side. Went to I applied to undergrad as a photography major, and so I went through some initial classes there. But it's kind of a combination of things. Like I didn't like they were very much about like rigid structure, and I get it, they're trying to teach me the technical components of photography, but my problem was that I had, because I had taken photo classes almost every year I could in high school, like I knew a lot of the technical stuff. By no means was I advanced, but like I knew what they wanted, and like I just didn't like how they were teaching it. It didn't feel like you could be creative. It was more like teaching someone to be like a high school portrait photographer, which to me is like that shit is not for me. Um, I like underexposed something, and it was supposed to be a dark photo, and it was like that's not properly exposed. So between that and I had a my cousin was a photographer, and I saw her kind of struggling with um, with making it as a photographer, and I was like, I don't want to live out of a shack. So I shifted to design at that point. Um, my brother had like a web. He did all sorts of like websites and random stuff like that. He also did like voice over IP systems. But I did some like design for him, and that kind of sparked an interest. And I applied to change to design as my major, and then so I did design. I like almost dropped photography entirely because I was just obsessed with growing as a designer. And then once I got to like 4 years ago, I picked it up again. I was just kind of like tired of grinding out design e-commerce sites. I was like, I just need something that's creative. Um, so I just decided to get back into photography, and it just stuck. Like I remembered why I got into it basically, and it was just my creative outlet. Like so for design world, I'm sure everyone will tell you like if you take on clients, like it's not always going to be creatively satisfying. I think there's pockets of it within the process, but a lot of it, especially e-commerce, is just like if it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense type of thing. And it's just it takes the soul out of it. So photography was always my outlet, and I've just been back into it. And it's I don't know what place it has. It seemed like it was going a lot of places with getting a lot of traction on Instagram for a while. But the algorithm's against me at this point. And then pandemic happened, so I've kind of fallen off on that. But I do want to get back to it. Um, so yeah, all self-taught. Nah, that's not true. As of late, self-taught. Um, I think the fundamentals I owe my high school, kind of teaching me all that stuff. Did all like the darkroom development. That was cool, but I don't think anyone really needs to know that anymore. Going to sleep. Thanks for all you do. Being an inspiring person. Hey, thanks for coming by, Ron. Going to sleep. European time zone? I need to think about that too. So I'm also trying to figure out like the best time to stream. Um, I guess because it is more of like an international audience potentially. Um, and then how people are working. I don't want to, because a lot of people work, but then don't want to like watch a stream afterwards for a while, or some people can't work and watch a stream. So I'm gonna try and figure that out. And if I get back on client work, it's gonna be hard to stream during the day, so it might be like night streams. But I'll figure that out with that schedule, and then kind of just like feedback. Like I don't want to put this all on you guys, but I'm kind of totally absolutely lost in terms of like what I should be um, like what's the best time to do this stuff. Um, so I'm noticing this. Why is this so wrong? There we go. Better. Is it? I always use a screenshot tool to measure things on my screen. So it's Apple Shift 4 will give you like the screenshot area. I didn't know this, but like if you do it and you hold spacebar, you can move the window. I think if you hold Option, it expands the window. If you Shift Option, it does it horizontally. Is it ready to do vertically? Yeah, if you do Option Control Shift, do like major claw grips, you can do vertical, so you can adjust vertical, which is nice. I thought there was a ruler at one point, but I can't remember what that was. Do you think it's refreshing to see a non-WebGL project win side of the day? Yeah. Um, yeah, it's a good change of pace. I think there's some people who just are used to all the bells and whistles, and they look at my site and they're just like boring. I get it. Like it is boring in a lot of ways. Like a lot of these collaborations, it's just like a simple grid. Like it's not like big full screen, largely because I don't have the means to do it right now. But um, I don't know. It's kind of an interesting exercise of like reducing things down. I enjoy doing the immersive experiences, like the fancy WebGL type shit, but just getting back to layout design, I just have an appreciation for editorial design in general. Um, so when I see that, I have like a reverence for it because it's just so free in a lot of ways. Like web design isn't that free when push comes to shove, and there's ways you can kind of like bend the rules and make it more free, but it's really not. That's why like you go to my Behance appreciations, it's almost all like editorial stuff. I just think that's where like the more interesting stuff is happening these days. And it's not relying on all sorts of just different tech to drive creativity, which I love when like there's creativity through tech, but I don't want to as my portfolio site, I can't bank on that. Like I want to get into branding and doing all sorts of traditional stuff as well, and if I can't like do a traditional design well, that doesn't reflect well on me. Um, and yes, I think it would up the presentation if I could do WebGL, but it's not in the cards right now. How close are you to releasing your photo book? Not close, not too close. I keep on bouncing back and forth around what I should do with it. I probably should pull and see what the palette is for photo books. Basically, I feel like there should be a definitive like there should be a reason for the book. Like it should be telling a story, and I've come up with one that I think works really well, and it's a lot around like sand dunes um, and like the cyclical process of like creation and destruction that are found in sand dunes. And I think it works for me because I have a ton of sand dune content. It's something I love shooting. It's something I think there's a narrative to be told, but what that narrative is, I haven't quite flushed out. So I don't know if I can do. I don't think this is the latest. Sorry, I'm looking in Sketch right now. Yeah, I'll pull it up. Why the hell not? If I can get Sketch to no, nice Sketch. Come on. Oh shit! It is gonna load. Okay. Try this one. So I had an idea of it being called Continuum. There's been a bunch of working titles, like Particulate was it at one point. Continuum seems like the most logical for the story I want to tell of like this kind of cyclical thing. I started working with just different things, just different sort of type treatments, looking at table of content, explore. So it's all like in explorations at this point. It's more about like the chapter structure, like whether it's destruction, new beginnings, and then details. Like I can't figure out how to tell that story of like here's some of these like additional shots that provide context to going out to wherever it is I shoot, as if people don't know. So it's like, how do I weave this in there? How does that factor into the story? Maybe is it before destruction? But it kind of is like almost like an appendix to the main story, which like I'm starting to get into like more type explorations, just simple layout type stuff, how I use color blocking. Some of those colors are just like way wrong. But then it's like how it goes into like new beginnings and gets into like uh, uh, yeah, I keep pulling all these random quotes and like how do I create attribution to it. And how do I do it so it doesn't feel tacky? Like that's one thing I just want to avoid. Um, but there's definitely thought into like it's more layout exploration at this point. I think I need to sit down and just figure out like what the story is, how I'm going to tell it, like what is this? Like what are people going to want to read? Should I bring on a writer to do some of this stuff? Because I have photos for days of sand dunes and like the different steps. I have videos from doing the um, like being in the sandstorm. Like if you ever have a chance to do it, like do it. It's one of the coolest experiences I think I've had in my life. Um, I was out there solo, had my headphones on, had a balaclava on, and just I had a fucking t-shirt on, which don't do. Like if it's not too hot, wear long sleeve everything, wear a mask. Um, dude, that shit burns. There's like one point where I had just like you crest the dune, and if you're on like the underside of a dune, like that's where the wind just blows. And so everything is like ramping up the face. It's like gaining momentum and it's flying off the dune. And if you're standing there like hiking up it, it's just like it felt like someone was just like sandblasting my arm. It's great. Um, but yeah, I'm like trying to collect assets too at the same time of like, okay, here's all the images I want to feature. And I've talked to people about it, and a lot of people think I'm overthinking it in terms of like just put something out. Like I could do. I thought about breaking it up into years, so it's like 20. Like every year, I come out with like a photo annual of like what I did, where I went. Um, it stopped making sense during the pandemic, so I'm not traveling anywhere. But um, I think 20, maybe tail end 2021 depends what happens with the world, but definitely 2022. I've got a long list of places I want to go, so maybe there's potential for those to come about where it's like chapters on like Japan. I want to go to New Zealand, and I've just been saving up for it. I was supposed to go last April. It was like right as everything was shutting down. People weren't sure like if you were going to be able to travel. So yeah, it's definitely in the cards. This one's like been in the back burner since 2019. Um, there's other iterations and explorations, and I filtered things down. Um, but yeah, like collecting inspiration of like different things that are like this is just a small amount of it, and um, like I have like the editorial, what's it called? Editorial section on my Pinterest, and that's been largely that was created to kind of keep me going um, with the different like book layouts. So I think it's at this point I wouldn't hold your breath on it coming out. I want to float the interest. I thought about doing like a Kickstarter, Patreon, because it is expensive to do the printing, and like I don't know if I want to sit on an inventory of 200 photo books and have like 20 people interested. So we'll see. That's why like I think like getting more awareness around my work has been helpful. The feedback's always been amazing. I'm just always flattered. There's definitely people who don't like my work. There's actually a lot of people who don't like my work. But as it's getting in front of more people, maybe a photo book becomes something that makes more sense. So, yeah, hopefully that answers that. Frederico, I think I saw like you posted this a little bit ago. You're heading out, but yeah, thanks for popping through, man. Really appreciate it. Good chatting with you about all the Blender and WebGL stuff. Um, yeah, can't wait for the world to open up, explore new places. Got to upgrade some equipment first. To the money, equipment money pit, especially with cameras. I'm like kind of done, but I start eyeing some new lenses. It's like I think I posted on Instagram. I have like my old Tamron. I'm trying to sell like 150 to 600 because I got the Sony 200 to 400, and it's great. But like I found it falling short in Hawaii, um, and surf photography's kind of fallen off for me. I'm trying to find ways to stay interested. But having like that 600 would be sweet. And also some of like the fixed prime, like the macro lenses, like I think those would be kind of fun to walk around with. But yeah. Oh, Kevin, thanks for the stream. Got to head out. See you next time. Yeah, dude. Thanks for coming by, man. Lovely, generous assessment of what's going on here. But again, like I just hope people are getting value out of this. It's still wild to me that followers are growing and not like going negative somehow. Because I like, yeah, I'm learning a lot with this. I'm trying not to be so deadpan, have some semblance of a personality. I think that probably wouldn't be a bad thing. I'm just in general like very flat, so I don't know if that creates like a, I don't know, puts people to sleep. Like they can only do like 20 minutes tops, and it's just like, fuck this. This guy's boring as shit. But I mean, honestly, like, yeah, I just pulled it up. I mean, it's bouncing between like 5 and 7 concurrent people, which is, I think before I was going most streams without anyone, which is, it's a weird feeling. It's like no one's here. I'm literally talking to my computer. I'm sure those days will come back. Like it'll be. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's growing steadily. It's just, I don't know. I'm learning about like getting myself out there, and I've hated talking about myself. I've talked about it before. I've been conditioned to not talk about myself. So doing it now is just odd and uncomfortable. So yeah, I think if you're watching, you're probably seeing some of that discomfort coming through. Hopefully it's not too bad. And just in general, like that's like I am so new to this and so lost. Like I love just to get feedback. Like don't be shy about sharing your opinion. Like even if, especially if it's negative. Like I love hearing like constructive feedback. Like purely subjective feedback. I think I'm telling my girlfriend this recently. Like she works in like creative, um, like brand marketing and more on the strategy side, and she had to give some creative feedback. And like my just word of advice there is like leave subjective out of it, unless you're like a creative director and like you need to like really. No, I don't even think they get a pass. No, I don't think anyone gets a pass for purely subjective. Like everyone's got different opinions, and like I think there has to be a reason for giving, like, or you have to give like just cause for a change is how I see it. I don't think there's a lot of people agree with me. I just think there's a lot of people it's just like I just don't like it, so I don't want to do it. Fine, like I don't want to work with you ever. Like that's just what like drive people crazy. It's like there's no right answers in design, and I always say this. But if it comes down to just like a battle of wills, like you're not even a. What are we talking about here? It's just like who's going to be the most stubborn and want this to stick around? I don't know. That doesn't seem like the rational approach to figuring out um, the best solution to things. Like it becomes this other personal thing. Back here again. I don't necessarily think this is great. At one point, I tied this to the bottom. What happens if I scrap the height and get rid of this? Okay. Align center. Bottom. It's like a 1 pixel gap. You can always do negative. Why is it a negative 11? Oh, that's to compensate for the padding. That's right. So I want to test this. Cropped off the bottom. It's kind of interesting looking like tabs. This should be connected. If I do, oh, and it's gone. That sucks. And that pad, I know the spacing's way too tight still. It's not a bad location. I actually kind of like that best. Feels like tabs, and Webflow has a tab module. I can't remember why I didn't like it. It didn't really work for what I wanted. I feel like I should really try to do this in one page. But I don't know if the height, that might create problems. Shit, I did not mean to click that. Okay. Back to list view. So the thing I want to do, so if I make this only accessible here, that'll make my life easier. Like if I make it sticky, I think it's going to be a worse experience between tabs, just because I can't, unless I like duplicate. Excuse me. Unless I duplicate the tabs to inherit the ID of the current section. So basically, like if I put it within this collection element, then I can pull the slug from this. So I can go one-to-one of like, because it's within this collection, I can add via custom code a link with the hash and then slug ID. I don't think I want it sticking there. Do I want it sticking there? And I've gone back and forth about this top line sticking on this at all, but I think like the fixed context, because the text gets hidden. And again, this is like, excuse me. Hopefully I get better with these long streams, because my voice just goes to shit. I don't know how long I've been going. Yeah, a little bit. I wanted to have this always visible as you scroll into this, so this is like up here. And I think there's a way to do it if I keep, so if I keep this image at like 60, it is 69 view height. That's not because I'm doing anything dumb, it's just, this is 11 view height, and there's something like this is 20, I think it was something like this is like 20 view height, so I had it like technically 100 view height. But once you get into like narrow viewports, it just, it goes to shit. So I just decided like, it'll be something you scroll into and you see, but ultimately it's kind of gone. So I mean, it's really not that important to see this all the time. It makes me think whether or not I should put the name up here in meta, but really it doesn't matter. Like it's here, it'll show up as active as here. It's not necessary. That's what I'm gonna go down to. So I wonder if, so this is where things are gonna get weird. Line center, that don't want line left. And so I try and, in general, remove as much unnecessary code as possible. As much blue, because I think that translates to less code on the site. And I'm trying to be, channel my inner Ari and be as efficient as possible. But if I make, excuse me, sticky 10 view height, Good. That's great. 9 view height. Yeah, I mean it could stay there. It just feels crowded. It's almost like I should cover up the main navigation with this and put it here. But I always like having the context of the menu, especially if I'm linking in. So thinking about like side door traffic, I think that's what it's generally referred to as. Like if you, it's something you have to think about a lot in e-commerce. Um, like if you think about the ecosystem of how people are finding their way to my site. Maybe people are sending, like they click on something or they scroll through the section and it shows the hash mark. Um, they're not going to get the full context, so they don't know any. Like they're literally like, this would be covered up with the list options. And it, granted, it's not going to be that hard to understand where you are, but I think with my social channels and me pushing, I know I'm going to be pushing to certain sections of the page. So I don't want to go about the business of covering up the main navigation ever. I don't think I ever do it. I've definitely thought about it and done like kind of cost benefit in my head of like is it really worth it or not? And I don't know. Oh my god. 1 second. All right. I think I'm back. Yeah. So I don't want to cover that up. Although that, if I was gonna do it, this would be the time because it's kind of like you're in the. You could make a case for it because you're in the collab section and like what's most relevant, the like grid list view option or to understand that you're in collaborations. I mean, if you're linked into the collaborations page in general, um, like you're going to see it. It's not going to take over until you get to the detail section. So you could make a case at that point like they're involved, but it's just the side door traffic is what I want to accommodate. And that's always valuable to think about. Like I think a lot of web projects get caught up in like living in a silo, or like the website exists in a silo, but it doesn't. It has to. The website is a tool in a broader landscape of like a brand's presence. Um, like there needs to be like a holistic strategy. So that's why like a lot of rebrands we did that like considered social, considered all the brand content, where it's going to live, how it's going to live, where they're posting. Um, like that gave us the best way to optimize like what was happening on web and like what we need to account for. Um, because yeah, there's like side door traffic needs a whole different level of education, providing context. Um, and that's what sometimes is a miss with like brands that have very simple, like let's say you have like your men's t-shirts. Um, some websites can be very utilitarian at that point where they don't really surface any branding. I think it's being seen more and more where like within the grid, people will show like lifestyle images and kind of give like hits of the brand, knowing that people are being linked to these specific pages. And that's something you can always dive in on analytics and kind of see like, okay, how are people getting here? Where are they landing? Um, it's like for me, there was a, I can't remember his name, but he linked to my screensaver. And so, and it generated a lot of traffic and people were coming to my site, not going to the homepage, not getting a sense of my brand, who I am, what I do in general. They're just like, they're just there for the screensaver. Um, and there's little things you can do to kind of just like passively push people around to the rest of the site without interfering. But yeah, always helps to think about. And that's a very random tangent for tab views, but that's that's kind of like if you want to, like, you want to have reasons for why you make decisions, and that's why it helps to start from top level strategy and help like the broader strategy will help inform the content strategy, which will then help inform the web strategy. Like, it all just kind of trickles down, and it all needs to ladder back up to that top level strategy. And like, it might be like 2 steps. It's like, oh, this web strategy supports our brand strategy, which supports our overall strategy. I'm probably doing a shit job explaining. Someone out there's just laughing at me right now. Whatever 2 or 3 people are here. Thank you guys for being here, by the way, and putting up with me. Saints, I tell you. Yeah. I think that might be how I ship it. Oh, I meant to. Fuck. This is the random brain not working. So that's frustrating. In the preview, it's not. It doesn't have this double line, but here it does. Love to see it. Is this height gonna work? So I know it's sticking now. Let's collabs. I don't think people know. So I didn't fix this properly. I went back and forth on what this should be. I think this should be index. So then if you click this, it takes you back to the index, which would be full list with some added context. Yeah, it takes you here. And I really wish, like, I think Mike sent along his site that has like the hover and shows the image. Like, I'd love to be able to do that, but I don't. I know there's a tutorial out there. It's just whether or not I really want to do it that badly. And I had the idea of a while back of like, you hover over each of these, and whichever ones involve like marketing strategy, like that's what shows up here. But I never got around to it. Not yet. I do want to do it. It's kind of a long list. There's other things. Like, I think this list view is kind of a high priority for me. So what I do want to do though is, so this is list. So and it's the same for both. So this is index. This is list. That's only important because of some of the custom JavaScript that's in there. But for me, when I go to, I need to do relative link, or I need to hand code this. So I need to go collabs, hash list. So this will take you to the same position in the site. So that'll be like the closest thing to tabs, without actually keeping it on the same page. But yeah. Oh, I need to make sure this is not sticky. Excuse me. This collab views. So that's static. So that'll scroll out now. This is weird, the fact that happens. Sometimes I wish I had the background on the navigation. I've played around with it. I think I've oscillated a couple times in terms of whether or not it helps. I had it on mobile at one point. I don't know if it's on there anymore. It's definitely a clarity thing and it helps. But there's some of these like weird moments where it's like the tabs are scrolling and they're kind of just, there's tab UI floating around the navigation. Don't love to see it. So because I was doing the rotation, I feel like I have an extra div 2 on this. And I can't select it. Oh no, I am selecting it. No, I'm not. What is that? Oh, that's the top meta. Oh, so that's what's sticking. That's what's making this top section stick. Now I'm tempted to like repeat. It's weird that it would repeat. For sure, I definitely get that. I just don't know. It doesn't. It shouldn't stick. It's like, I just make people make a conscious decision at this point. So let me get rid of this. That's about. So that's gonna get that. So let's do 11 view height. So that's again the same. Navigation is kind of like my base unit of vertical padding. Like, I think it works for the navigation. I just found through testing of like applying different vertical padding that about the height of the navigation felt good for whatever reason. I don't know if that's just random coincidence, probably, but it just felt like a nice unit of measurement and created even proportions because I memorized the heights of the navigation across the different viewports. So yeah, it just made it easy for me to remember. Go back and forth. See, now it's too low. That's what I don't get. There, it's this guy. Technically, it should just be -1. That looks right. Is it going to show up correctly? This is like, yeah. One of my biggest beefs and has eaten the most amount of time is finding out like why things are inconsistent. So right now, like because that's happening, fuck it. I'm just gonna start like send everything to the bottom. I don't care. Boom, bottom. Like, fuck it. Are you like something along those lines? Fix it? Nope. Keep going. So then I know none of these really had an effect. Maybe I just messed it up even more. Oh no. Let's see. Collab tabs. List options. This is what should probably be set to the bottom of the grid. Make sure the grid doesn't have any padding. I'm just gonna align this to the bottom. I'm just gonna go back and do it. Just set everything to bottom. And if it's still doing, it's not right still. Like that is maddening. So I don't know what to do about that. Like it's right in here. Do I just lean into the wrong option? -1. Set this to the bottom too, why not? Nope. See it flash. Wasn't right. I mean, literally everything is set to the bottom. I think I can get rid of... This should be set as horizontal as well. It probably should actually stay. So you have the broader padding to this div. This div is basically just containing the contents. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I just want to get this working. Collab views. Yeah. So this is right under body content. See body content. Top of the list. So then all I need to do, because something's overlapping, which actually is probably going to be an issue. Oh, I didn't think it should work. Because if there's like a pointer event with all the negative padding to make things work, whether or not that's going to affect the ability to click into things. I'm losing my voice as we speak. So I'm taking off and changing the combo class of active. Because of the link, there's something weird with webflow where links, they don't go up the same chain of inheriting styles. I think it goes up to all links here for some reason. So you have to like specify. This is bad. Different link colors. This is really strange. So that's why this is set to light. So right now on collabs page, it's selected as grid. Go to list view. I want to test it. I might just ship it. And have one of those be those things like the overlap issue, like with the little spacing between. I really don't know. I'll probably, I don't know what I'll do. So when I publish to the webflow, I kind of get a source of truth when I view it on the dev site. And then I can go to inspect and I can just start fucking around with the spacing and seeing what needs to be done in order to get the right look. So that's probably what I'll do, and then I'll wrap that up and I'll probably bounce out of here after that. I got some collaboration stuff to do. I don't know if Ari's, what's he doing? That boy's working. He's got so much content to put on his site. They're all videos. Man, he's gonna be busy. But yeah, hopefully that'll be coming out soon. I mean, it's so close. There are some details to it. I think I mentioned last time, I tried to change the whole, like, I tried to go back to the original intent of the some of the interactions. I don't know how we changed them, but we did. Wait. Yeah, he just laughed at me. Let's see. See? But is it going to work? Nope. Because, yep, menu spacing, offset. I wonder if it's because I don't have sticky nav Z index set. I do 10. Nope. That's -1. Set. It's not. Why did I put Z index 10? What? So if I do relative 10. Yeah. I don't something just inherited to Z index of 10. It's to the moon. Wait. I want to make sure I do this correctly. This. History is so painful on this. Oh, it's this one. I want to make sure this is inheriting the relative 10. Okay. Relative 5. That still works. Okay. So once I have the relative 5 for this, that's where I want to stop. Arjun, what's going on, man? Thanks for jumping in here. kind of on the tail end of the stream today. I hate to say it, my voice is going kind of south. Um, yeah, I think the nephews got me. They're just little biohazards, man. They're just, yeah. They have all sorts of symptoms showing of a cold, COVID. Let's see. Collabs nav, view nav. So I'm not showing the. I'm not doing desktop streaming right now. But basically, I'm looking at the inspector to try and find out like why that tab is sitting 1 pixel high. Oh, I swear if it's line height, I'm gonna be annoyed. There's some weird issue with line heights affecting the heights of divs. Don't understand it. Very honest. Zero? Oh, that's not what you want. Well, what I should do is adjust line height in here. No. Oh, that's body line height that it's inheriting. Huh. So it seems like if I just, it's gonna look wrong in preview, but I don't really know what else to do. I need to move this down to -2 pixels. That's what's gonna make it look correct on the web, which is just weird. So what I also need to do on this is convert to div block. I don't want this clickable. Because the way the page transitions are set up from someone wrote some JavaScript to do all the page transitions. And if you have a link that's internal, and technically, like if I link to this page, that's an internal link, it'll queue the transitions out, which is in the auxiliary, I think. Basically, it queues an overlay, but it doesn't go anywhere. Like it needs to go somewhere for it to have the animation in to bring the content back. So there's a weird bug of like, if you have a link that doesn't go anywhere, it just loads the animation out and it's just, you're in purgatory. You have to refresh, which is kind of annoying. So this needs to go to /collabs list #list. I think it's collabs list. Collabs list. Yes. Let's see if this works. Something wrong. I wonder if I need to do. I don't think this sort of relative linking works. See. I've been doing research for my residency project, which will be some sort of website experience on the topic of environmentalism. Nice, man. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out a schedule. So I was talking about it earlier on the stream of like every Sunday figuring out when I'm gonna go live and posting that. So that solves my issue of not blasting my Twitter all the time of like when I'm going live. It lets people know when to kind of expect like an email. If you're sub to the channel, you'll get an email saying when I go live. Because right now, like depending on the time zones, like some people were just going to bed, and it's like, shit, that's not good. um, so figuring that out, but I'll be back for sure. Like I think the whole idea of the stream and like having no plan was just to see kind of what came up. I didn't promote it for a little bit on my Twitter, not very long. It was like 15, 20 minutes. Trying to see like how many people come through through like organic methods, how many people come through Twitter. Didn't even post to my Instagram. Instagram's like dying for me. I just don't even know what to do about it. But yeah, I think the main goal is to come back in some capacity. I don't know if short streams are valuable. I do think there's kind of like a cap on like how long I should stream. I think people's attention span and interest to listen to me kind of tapers off. Um, and so I don't know. Like right now, I think I'm at, I don't know if it's 4 hours, 3 hours. No, it's been a while. You subscribed last stream? Thank you, man. Really do appreciate it. Um, yeah, I don't want to get all salesy. I always like fuck around and tell people like make sure to like, comment, subscribe, like every YouTuber always says. But I think I need to kind of be that like I don't know, say that kind of stuff. But hopefully it gets to a point where it's kind of organic growth. Like I always believe in things growing on merit instead of just like how good of a salesperson I am, because I'm a shit salesperson. Person. Um, so yeah, like I'm gonna say these things. I feel embarrassed that I'm saying them, like this like, comment, subscribe thing. But there are perks to it with getting email notifications because I can be kind of erratic. I'm gonna try and fix that with the schedule. We'll see if I can stick to it. I'm bad with scheduling. Um, so I saw the stream in my recommended videos. Sweet. Yeah, I always wonder like how that kind of, I don't know how it spreads throughout YouTube. I don't know how their algorithm works. Like if you like a video and someone who also likes similar videos, that's how stuff gets recommended. I assume it's something along those lines. But again, thank you, Arjun, and everyone who's subscribing. Like it's fun and like having like dialogue with people and people within the chat having dialogue. Like awesome. Like I literally went through chat or streams with 0 people, no chats, no viewers. So, oh, it's fun. And yeah, I have no idea where this goes. Like I think there's a lot of different ways to give back and through this channel, and I hope to do that with more time. Oh, so the dot dot's not it. Sorry, I'm jumping kind of back in. Collabs list, dash list, slash list, or hash list. I thought that's how this should work. Am I doing relative linking here? I'm doing page linking. No. No, that's too. That. Why is this not working? Collabs list. I wonder if I don't have. This will be the test to see if it works here. Huh. It's moving. Well, love your work. So glad to be here. Thank you, man. Again, all the compliments are extremely flattering. Like I don't take any of them for granted. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, go years without like I don't know. I always still question whether my work's good. And I don't need to hear it all the time, but it's like it just doesn't get old. Like the fact that someone appreciates it. So thank you, Arjun. Really do appreciate that, man. So I don't know why this isn't working. I thought I had it working at one point. Yes, I didn't. So this needs to become a div block. I mean, I guess this. Oh, interesting. I don't think I've ever seen it do that before. If you start typing in the full URL, no, I can't do that. I don't know how I got it to just shorten it to a relative link, but collabs hash list. I mean, this might be touching on the fact that, like I was talking about earlier, like relative linking for some reason is a problem in webflow. Yeah, it's not John V. Way. Oh. Yeah. So this is linking to the live site. This is the problem with relative linking in a dev site. It's like if you have to put in the full URL and you can't put in a relative link, so it can't go to the dev site /collabs or /collabs list. It has to go to the. And you can do it. I could do it. Like if I wanted to work, I would just do. I would replace JW.S with the dev URL, and it should work and stay within the preview. But if you have to do like full linking, like I can't remember. Oh wait, was it /com? Oh, never mind. I'm starting. Ooh, fuck. That's a sign I should probably get out of here. But let's see. I do want to get this working. How much JavaScript do you know? None. Almost none. Yeah, none would be that'd be the honest answer. I like a tenuous grasp on the syntax, but like the syntax at its core doesn't make sense. Like I can make correlations for other like different languages and like you can kind of see with the syntax what's going on, but I can't write it. I can't fully grasp like if I need to change something. It's like if I need to change like a parameter within an existing JavaScript, I know how to do it. If I need to change like a destination, I know how to do it. If I need to write something or modify like what's happening, zero idea. Like none. So that's why like to get this thing to work properly, there's people in some of the chat saying like, yeah, I just need to do some JavaScript to it, but I just couldn't get it to work. As I've applied the CMS powered anchor links, but for Ari it was pretty easy. I made it hard for him, like I was saying earlier. But yeah, none. I want to learn it, but I also want to learn Blender, and that's probably going to take precedence. And I also want to finish my music production, and I also want to finish my photo book, and I also want to finish the Stream Deck pack. So it's really like a matter of time at this point, and I need to be done with this website soon. I think there's just large shortcomings I'm trying to address, like how people view collaborations. Like I almost want to have this list view be like the default. I think there's something nice visually about this index of just having a high level view, but it's really underwhelming once you get into the white box. So I'll leave it for now, at least give people an option. Sure I have this right. And the top line disappears sometimes. Yeah, so spacing's wrong because this is old div style, but it is working properly. The one thing I do need to make sure of is the responsiveness of the list view. I haven't really validated that. I don't really want to push it out because I know it works on desktop. One thing I did do is I noticed like part of me also wants to do like a gallery view. So it's not like the stacking. There's something nice about just like scrolling through it and relying on this. I did add a scroll into view delay. So like watch, we're at Ari's stuff up here. If I go down to keying and it doesn't hide the animation, like this just looks bananas. So it should be somewhat tempered. It might be slow with the preview, but like after a while it just goes to like the titles and then the images load in. Because there's just a slight delay on the load in of, let's see, is it on here? No, it's on. I tried doing it per image, but it was just like it shut everything down. So once the grid, it's like a one column grid is how I've organized it right now. I really don't need to. I had a reason for doing it this way. I can't remember why. But so as it loads in, I'll add a little offset so maybe it stays a little longer. Maybe that's all I need. I don't need as much of a delay. It's just like it's set to start at 0% opacity, and at with a 0.25 quarter of a second delay, it's a 0.75 second transition of fading in on a linear curve. It should probably be out quad. That's my theme. The one thing I don't like is like the layout when it's scrolling like that and there's no image. It feels a little weird. So I wonder, like it bothers me that you can see any of them flicker at all. And it's the problem is it's the ones with like 10 images that are so tall that that delay is not covering it enough. But at the same time, I could probably make it longer. It probably doesn't need much more. It probably just needs like half a second. So I test it. So we're at UA. If I go Alt C. Kind of. Oh, that's the masking of the previous project. Yeah, so that's something I will want to fix. I need to have this be the full height of the viewport. So once the last image ticks, it catches and that's what scrolls it out. It doesn't stick until like the bottom. Should be the bottom. There's like negative padding on it. That's why it's not hitting the bottom. I think there's like a negative padding of, or negative margin. Can't do negative padding. So this is the other instance of it. There's all sorts of negative margins around. Don't recommend it. Yeah, I've been procrastinating and learning JavaScript for years now. I completed like 30% of the Code Academy course a while back. I mean, Code Academy is probably the best way to do it. I think my general approach is like, let me just learn a little bit and just start Googling stuff for whatever I want to do. But I feel like learning the syntax, like you just really have to sit down and dive into it. But I feel like once you learn the syntax, then it becomes more about like, okay, I want to do this. How do I do that? And then when you see examples of like how people are doing it, it makes sense. Because for me, if I see examples of code, it's just like way over my head. Like I don't even know what I'm looking at. So I can't even like take it and modify it and make it my own. It's like I literally just I can't use it. So that's good, man. I'd say keep going. It seems like, I mean, with JavaScripts, it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. It's not going the way of Flash and like ActionScript. So it doesn't seem like there would be a risk of like it being a waste of time. But um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's awesome you're diving into it, man. Seems like that's a thing to know these days. So I just want to test responsiveness. It should theoretically work because it's all calculating view height. What gets weird is the aspect ratios on some of these. Like, there's just nothing I can do about it. Why is that about? Oh, wait, why is there padding? Has that always been there? No, it's blue. So blue, if you're not familiar with webflow, like that's what it's happening at that viewport. Anything orange, it's inheriting from somewhere else. So if I just option click both of those, um, yeah, that's something. So I created, because I didn't want to redo all the background images, I used the class of the background image on the grid view for this. So it had all the connections to the CMS. Um, well, conditional visibility for this. And then I did the same with this. It's not that bad to go and do it, but if I already did it, why do it again? Oh, so this. So I have to fix that. I need to go into my font and fix my fucking registered character. Because it's just like, if I have it the same size as this, it's just way too big. And I've seen it all over the place. I've seen it like in line a little bit smaller. I've seen it elevated in some. I think I prefer elevated as it's kind of like a superscript type thing. I don't think it has a place being at the same hierarchy as the text. I don't know if there's a standard for it, but I just don't care. This is how I want to do it. Oh, what was going on there? This is why you check things. This is the problem. Some of these things are like, because it inherited um, like the index views are like two columns of, well, it went from one column to two columns of that 8-column grid once it gets down to landscape. So that's what this is inheriting, unfortunately. That's the problem with copying classes. It inherit, like, for better or worse, it inherits all of like the breakpoint shifts that go on. So right now there's things that are shifting to 2-column. And I think I cleared some of them, but I just didn't get all of them. Infinite exposure, thank you. You're browsing awards and saw my folio. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's a little bit of a fish out of water on there, but oh, so I just have to check. See, back to inheriting this auto. Yeah, thanks for coming to the live stream. Be curious, like, how did you make it to the live stream? If you don't mind me doing a little live stream research. I just like, I don't know how people are finding me. I don't have any ads. I'm trying to like get all my channels going, but I don't really know where people come from. So stoked you're here. But yeah, I'd be curious to know, like, was it the prompt on my site? I'd be curious if anyone's made it here from that, or if that's just a lost cause. Oh, the web links. There you go. Sweet. Awards website, link to YouTube. Love to hear it, man. Appreciate you sharing that. Because that, yeah, like my last stream, I did the, I pushed that. Whoa, I don't know what's going on here. I'm glad I tested this. On the last stream, I had it up for when it was side of the day, and I pushed it, and it was all fucked up. And it was like there was a while where people were seeing a version of that prompt that you couldn't close, the stream didn't work, and the layout was broken. And so I was like trying to like scramble and get it working. So um, I thought it would be something kind of nice and like if people are going to be there, especially on like a day with like awards where like if you look at my traffic, like it's just through the moon. And I'm trying to grow this channel, so I figured that was worth like the gray hairs I got trying to do it. But um, yeah, it was very surprising to see a live video on your site. Yeah, I think like the fact that I do streaming, like it's not. I don't know of any other designers that are doing it right now. Like I talked a little bit about it earlier, but just like it's primarily driven by like gamers. Um, and like there are some people like you pulled up Behance earlier, and it's like I don't know kind of what's going on. Oh, 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 oh. So if you're new to the stream, I fuck things up all the time. Um, so right now I'm dealing with a colossal fuck up with this list view that I'm trying to make. I don't know why these are being so obnoxious. What changed? Nothing changed here. Lightbox? No, I didn't touch that. Oh, that's why. What's this? I want 4 pixels. So my way of debugging this is just looking for any differences between the two viewports. And sometimes when you duplicate classes, like this is where there's weird bugs with like duplicating classes and inherits. It'll say it's inheriting from this exact, like this viewport, this div class, that's where it's inheriting things from. And it's not. It hasn't changed between the different viewports. So it's kind of weird like where you debug it from. My personal experience is so far in JS is that knowing the basics doesn't even give you a lot of value. There are many libraries in JS such as 3JS or React that you must use to feel confident and feel effective. And these libraries are pretty different from the original language and require much deeper knowledge. Well, there you go, Arjun. Someone who knows much better than I do. Like me speaking about JavaScript is probably not the best. Like, um, not a lot of knowledge when it comes to that. So, um, yeah, it's really interesting. I know a lot of people lean on those libraries. I hear like 3JS and React tossed out a lot. Um, my point is to benefit from JS, you have to really invest really a lot of time. That's good to know. I feel better about kind of stopping short of investing time in it. Um, yeah, it was mainly for me. It was like After Effects expressions is kind of where I saw direct value in what I was doing. I never dove um, into like the web component of it. I never was gonna really get into that. I think there would be little things I'd love to be able to code in terms of like getting certain things to hide show on load or activate different classes based on different conditions. Um, I think that's where my benefit would be, but like more complex stuff for sure. And I'm sure even like what I want to do, it's like you really have to get to know it. Right now, I just copy and paste from code from online and change parameters, but I couldn't do anything from scratch. Yeah, see, I would love to get to a point where I could change things, but I'm not even there yet. And like that's where it's like I eye the learning curve, and it's like if it's too steep, I don't have the time. Thankfully, I know some developer friends who can help me out. Yeah, I mean, it's never a bad thing to learn more, but yeah, if it's like a cost benefit of your time, like definitely a really good thing to think about. What in the fuck is going on here? It's spanning the same 8 columns. For some reason, oh, this might be just weird scaling. Oh. Yeah, so that's one of my beefs about the visual editor. Like if you count on it too much, like they don't have a way to reduce the height of the visual or the preview. And if you have some of these images, depending on how you set the size of it, like if you set height to 100%, it's going to try and stretch to meet the height, but then the overlap's going to be cut off. So yes, this looks like shit, but ideally viewports are somewhere around here. And again, not great. I know that. That's why I've left the lightbox links on here too. So the lightbox are more of like a width dependent sort of thing, and then it has scroll baked into it. So for some of these longer comps, like on some of the Nixon projects, like, but even like some of these, like it just is not really flattering. See, this is where I need to figure it out, and this is the problem with fixed height stuff. Like you just run into these stretching things, and you just kind of have to pick a lane of like what's less worse. At least that's how I've seen it. I'm sure there's a way I could like change the design to account for that more, but I don't know. I haven't had the time to really hash that out. For things like class activation, basic JS can work. Yeah, so that's what I would love. Like for me, it's like as deep as I plan to get. It's like if I have like my old site, it had varying background colors. It had like all the product sites actually on this site through development were all dark background. Um, there's little weird things with like having multiple carts. Like every time you create a symbol, I don't think you can override color. You can just override content. There was something going on, and like I just couldn't change the background of it depending on like. Oh no, I know exactly what it was. So if I had a dark section and I had my navigation as sticky, or if I had it as fixed, um, it would go through the dark product section, and then it would go into the related links that were back on light, and I would then have to duplicate the navigation. But depending on what was going on, sometimes, like if I open the cart midway through that transition, the cart would be like nested within the related navigation section. So it would be like half showing. Just really kind of silly things, which I feel like could be fixed with JavaScript. It's like when related links, I don't know what the syntax is or what parameter. I just know that's how people do it is JavaScript. It's like when it hits this, change the class to this, and I could just modify the values. Frankly, I spent a lot of time learning code. As a designer, got a job in tech, and now I'm watching the stream to learn webflow. Hey, come full circle, man. I've been chasing my tail for years, man. Don't worry, you're not alone. Like, not saying you're chasing your tail. I just do it, but like the way things kind of work sometimes, like it's always a non-linear path. Not always. For me, it's been a non-linear path. Like trying to learn something, realizing I didn't need to learn it, or I need to learn it a different way, or there's new tools come out, so I spent all that time learning it. It's all automated now. It's just like, yeah, it's fun. User-facing design always wins. Yep, I agree. I just need to get this thing. Fuck. God, it's so bad. My other option is just reducing height on this. Or I messed around with like moving the center point of these images to the side, so it's like it feels like an intentional crop, and the purpose is to click into the lightbox to see it, but I don't want people to go to the lightbox, so it's kind of a what I'm torn about. I think I'm gonna push this live. Yeah, so I think I fixed. Is this going to the index again? Index, collabs list, good. And hopefully no one's paying too close attention to the meta. I think I'm the only one who worries about that. It used to be like dead on accurate. Like all these hashes, like if there were subsections, it was 001/A, or if there were multiple subsections within that, like it was all correct at one point, but I lost track. It's like, I think it was the 2020 site. It all made sense, but now it's gone to shit. So like if you look at the product pages, actually I need to stay focused. Sorry. And I'm like trying to go out of my way to highlight shit that's wrong, and I wish people didn't see. Can't help it. I guess this could be a free plug. Check out the screensaver. It's free. This barcode actually, like, I don't know who the fuck's gonna have like a barcode scanner. I don't think QR scanners work with barcodes. It's different tech, but it does. It goes somewhere. I can't remember where it went. I was gonna have it so it actually like was relevant for each one, and this number had like something to do with the SKU system. But these like like I had like it was all by alphabetical was how I was doing the sections before. But now it makes no sense. There is no A. There's no B title. Technically, this would be B, so then this would be one. Just stupid stuff. Awesome stream, by the way. Awesome works. Thank you, Edward. Really appreciate it, man. And appreciate the insight on the JavaScript stuff. I mean, I talk about it in some other streams, but like this is a two-way value for me. Like it's, for me, it's formalizing a lot of thoughts that like I just kind of just do, and I didn't really understand myself of like why I did things a certain way until I talked it out. So that's super valuable. And then talking to people of all sorts of backgrounds who, like, I'm kind of in that jack of all trades, master of none in some ways. So I'll find myself with cursory knowledge of a lot of things, but there's gonna be a lot of people who know a lot better. And so to kind of get fact checked and like have these conversations, I think is pretty fucking awesome. Because I think especially like the interactive, like I was saying, like it's kind of small, it's kind of niche, whichever one you want to go with. So being able to connect with more and more people in there and just kind of talk, I don't know, super refreshing after I think everyone's year of isolation. So I think I got both of those. I got the split views working. Maybe not perfect. Fuck it. You only live once. Full send. Oh my god, I can't believe it's 2:30. How long have I been going? My voice somehow recovered. It was going downhill there pretty bad. It's still kind of like chain smoker, not those chain smokers, actual chain smoker kind of voice going right now. Again, something I hope it gets better with every stream. This pushes live. Every time I push my site, Chrome hits me with the page unresponsive. Do I want to kill it? Not really. I'd like my website live, please. I need like a soundboard or something. I notice a lot of streamers have like soundboards. I don't know what the fuck I would put. I'd probably just get really carried away with some really stupid stuff, so that's probably not a wise choice. I'll scare people off the stream like instantly. So it's still pushing. Makes me wonder if it's having to load extra for the both views. But let's see. Oh, I didn't adjust the vertical padding on the list view thing. It's the list. Oh, it's not doing the transition out. Interesting. That's because it's not a relative link. That's why. Is this going to the same spot? Yeah, it is. Technically works. Almost makes you like just seeing that again. Like the images aren't there, but like the text flashing like that. Too much. Oh, and the other problem is I didn't specify. Okay, that's gonna be the last thing on the list view. Sorry. So I have it so it goes out, or when it comes in, excuse me, it fades in, but I don't have it when it goes out that it fades out. And so what that'll do is it'll never re-trigger. It'll just be stuck on 100% opacity. So it'll go from 100 to 100. So yeah, this could be, and it could be, the delay's kind of nice. Let's do 10-second delay. So that way, if you scroll back and forth, it's not going to be re-triggering the animation constantly. It's like you're going to have to clear 10 seconds before it re-triggers like the fading, which may not be great if people are bouncing around constantly, but that's not advised anyways. So yeah, you can, what I was looking at is like I've already been through these sections and it's not fading them out. It just looks like madness. But again, I think the text needs a better transition. It just starts hitching. I think it's just a performance thing where it doesn't know. It's just too much going on. It's like large images trying to like animate like really quickly, and it's doing redraws and all that shit. So at least that's what I think. I don't know. What are your thoughts on design trends? Man, RJ, you trying to get me in trouble, man. I don't know. I mean, trends come and go. I think I can't help it, but I absolutely will. I think to be relevant, you kind of have to embrace some trends. Oh God, look how small that registered arc is. Did I say that was the last thing? Oh, that's on XL viewport. That's why. Let me just clear these styles while I talk about that. So I'm just clearing off all these inherited styles. Excuse me. Yeah, for me, doing a lot of art direction, I don't think you can really avoid them. This is the second to last thing. So this is how like this stuff will just grow. Like you just keep finding things and finding things. Should do it. Fine. This is where I have to do both. Yeah, if you want to be relevant, I don't think you can get away from trends, but I think you have to think about the longevity of what you're doing. Like, how long does it need to be relevant for? Why is this wrong? Like, if you need something to last and you want to have staying power, then like look at all of the old like Bauhaus traditional design. Like that was a trend at that time, but that's become like the standard. And anytime you get too attached to something that's like not proven, I think that was a trend at one point, but I think it was validated as just great design. Um, it was just minimal, so it was like free of ornamentation. It was very purpose driven. So it like for every there was not a reason for it to go out of style. It was like it's no extras. It's well designed, so it's visually appealing, and there's nothing to really date it in terms of like at least now. Maybe at the time they thought it would be dated, but now it's not. Now it's kind of just like it's like the Apple aesthetic. It's the Braun aesthetic. Like it doesn't age. So it's if you hit your wagon to trends too closely, like be ready to just like iterate and iterate and iterate like year after year. Because I think if you look at like stuff like long shadows, or if you look at um, various trends like how corner radiuses and gradients and drop shadows and the skew more like if you have skeuomorphic now, I think some people might just be like, oh god, that looks like 2000 and late. Like we need to update this shit. But if you don't do that, you don't have to worry about it as much. And that's kind of where I'm trying to go. I think some of this like line breaks, and I don't think that's necessarily trendy, but it's definitely getting there. I think something like this index, like if I want to keep this, like I don't see why I would need to redesign this. I don't think it would feel dated in any way. I think a lot of my stuff I'm trying to do, so it's I don't want to say my design's timeless because that sounds like really egomaniacal, but stuff that's not gonna. I want my stuff to age well, basically. Long story short, so it's always finding a balance with that stuff. Like, yeah, I'm absolutely gonna be. Um, I'll be getting my hands dirty with some trends, but I try and stay away from it if at all possible. So that's my short, long, convoluted answer. I won't shit talk any trends because I mean, you never know what's gonna stick at the same time. And trends come about because people try things, is how I see it. So I'm, I don't know. You always got to give people who are like leading the way on these trends. Like I don't think they meant to create a trend. There's just something that like it's a style, and I think styles are a bunch of small decisions made consistently in a certain direction, and that became one of those decisions along the way that people all agreed is a better way of doing it or different way. A lot of trends are reactionary too, and that's where you can get in trouble. I mean, you can check the ebbs and flows of trends throughout history of like how painters worked and how like surrealism and Dadaism and like how it was just kind of this. It's like the pendulum always swings, and it's like it's always going to land in the middle if it comes to a stop, but depending on the time, maybe it's swinging one way or the other. That's my lofty, politically correct answer. Because you find like if you go on Dribble and stuff, you can find people chasing trends in a negative way, and a lot of it's like junior. Like I did whatever was possible or whatever was trendy at the time, and that's not necessarily a junior exclusive thing. There's people who work in fashion and they have to be very relevant, so you really have to be on trend, as they would say, I guess. Or maybe I'm making that up. I think I'm rambling. I think this is a great cue to go ahead and wrap this up. I'm gonna drink a lot of water, probably have an edible, and do some weird work. Maybe do some photos. Like maybe I'll come back for another evening stream, do photos or something. Like maybe photos becomes like a late night thing. I don't know. Would love any input, but yeah, I'm gonna fix this spacing on this tab because there's so much negative gross pat or margin going on. That I'm gonna need a minute to unwind this, but it works on desktop. So yeah, thank you again to everyone. Appreciate it. I'm gonna work on that schedule. I probably won't have it this week. I want to get through a couple things, and it's a short week. So yeah, I'll try and come back this week again. I got to see how stuff goes. But yeah, thank you to everyone. Arjun, Infinite Exposure, Edward. Thank you for enduring me. Like, I think at this point, like, I don't know how many hours in it is, but it feels like it's like a, what is it? Like a race of attrition or test of wills. Who's going to last too? But yeah, I'll be back at some point this week for sure. And definitely feel free to leave comments about things to talk about, different work types. I'm going to get into Blender in the meantime. I have some photos I need to get caught up on, and some of the collaborations, but that'll come out soon. And I'll probably do a stream talking about the RE site and go dive into a lot of the process and stuff like that. So hopefully that will be out in the live soon. But yeah, thank you again to everyone. And yeah, I'll be back.